Good evening and welcome to the March 22nd meeting of the Chatham Select Board. This meeting is being recorded and will be available shortly hereafter for scheduled and on-demand viewing on any smartphone or tablet device. If anyone else is recording the meeting, please let me know. Pursuant to Governor Baker's June 16, 2021 signing of an act relative to extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency, including the extension of his March 12, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, that's General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 20, until July 15, 2022. This meeting of the Chatham Select Board is being conducted via in-person and remote participation. Every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings as provided for in the order. A reminder that persons who would like to listen to this meeting while in progress may do so by calling the phone number 1-508-945-4410. Our conference ID is 203-386-491#, or join the meeting online via Microsoft Teams through the link in the posted agenda. While this is a live broadcast and simulcast on Channel 18, despite our best efforts, we may not be able to provide for real-time access. We will post a record of this meeting on the town's website as soon as possible. And if I please remind everyone to mute your mics and turn off your cameras until we're ready to get while you get on the agenda. Let's start with a roll call. Our Vice Chair, Shireen Davis.
Present.
Clerk, Corey Metters.
Present.
Select Board Member, Dean Castro.
Present.
Select Board Member, Jeffrey Dykins.
Present.
And the Chair, Peter Kokolas, is here. Let me go give you a quick overview. This is going to be, I have one change to make. First is we'll have the minutes of March 15th. Then we have public announcements and agenda item requests. Those are just announcements. Then we'll get into our new business, and the first thing on that will be the public comments on the business agenda. During our business agenda, when we reach an item, especially on petitions or whatever, the petitioner or the individual who sponsored the petition will be able to speak with the board. So public comments will come at this time for an extension of North Beach sticker expiration. That's our first agenda item. Then comes the seasonal liquor license request. Then we get into our annual town meeting articles, our review and recommendation. I expect we'll have some comments on that. Under this, the last item on the agenda was the purchase of a Chatham Health and Swim Club property, and I'm moving that up to first in this area. Then comes the prior year bills, then FY 2022 budget adjustments or transfers. Then we get into the Cape Cod Regional Technical School operating budget. Then we have two articles for the Monomoy Regional School District, one on the agreement and another one on the operating budget. Then we have a discussion on the Eldridge Garage Property Improvement Project. We have then a special revenue or allocation fund for up to 2% of the local revenue tax. We have a placeholder for any other placeholder articles, and we don't have any at this time. We have some that are being carried over to our next meeting that we're in time to be on the warrant, but not in time to meet our posting deadline for this meeting. Our petition articles. First one on these are citizens petition articles. 776 Main Street, 70 Depot Road. Purchase. The second one is displacement of the airport runway thresholds on 06 and 24. Next one is restrict the landing aircraft to FAA airplane design groups. And that would be it for then. And then we get into the last order of business that we have to get done, which is ordering the warrant articles, our motion assignments, and close the warrant. It's needless to say, this is going to be another long Tuesday night, hopefully better than the last week. We made it to 10 o'clock last week.
10:15.
10:15. I was, you're all reminding me. Okay. All right. So I'll remind you again on public comments for all of these articles, and then we'll get into our discussion. Okay. First thing are the minutes for March 15th. I have a motion to approve, and then we'll talk.
So moved.
Jeff, and a second. Did I get a second?
Second.
Second. Okay.
Yeah.
Jeff.
Yeah, I do have a nit, but it's an important nit on page 11, the third paragraph down, middle of the paragraph, open space committee chair Farrell noted that it would not, but a compromise was not acceptable to true, it should be conservationists, not conversationalists.
Got it.
So it's a nit, but it's a good, but it's,
It is. Corey, Dean and then Corey, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I have two. One on page 9, right in the middle, the motion, in the second line where it says back to the planning board for reconsideration, the actual motion was for further consideration.
Okay.
And secondly, on page 10, the third full paragraph, the last line where it says potential revenue from the sale of the property, I don't think anybody advocated the sale of the property, and I'd like to substitute what I know I said. Return on investment given the value of the property. Return on investment given the value of the property. So we would strike the entire fourth line of that paragraph. Thank you.
Thank you. Corey?
Very, very minor, actually just noticed it. On page 1, very bottom, the roll call to establish a quorum only lists 2 members. So, just
Good
probably
catch. I didn't
yeah.
see that.
it doesn't carry over to the next
Yeah,
page, so.
that's everyone. Okay, got it? Okay. Next up, we have public announcements.
We need to
I'm sorry? Oh. I knew that. Okay, let's take a vote. Shereen?
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
Chair says aye. Thank you. Thank you, Jeff. Okay, next are public announcements and agenda item requests. I have one announcement. And it's the passing of George Olmsted III on March 12th. After retirement, George came to Chatham in 1994, and he became an active member of the community. He was on the Finance Committee, Pleasant Bay Resources Management Alliance, the South Coastal Harbor Management, and founded the Friends of Chatham Waterways. He did a number of strategic plans for most of these organizations. A memorial service will be held May 7th at 11 o'clock at St. Christopher's. I had met George a couple of times. He would attend events either at the COA or other places for veterans. And he was just an interesting guy. I knew he was on the Finance Committee, but didn't know anything else. And I always wondered, Gene, you know, is the Olmsted family from the Golden Necklace and...
Yes, they are, I guess you would call them a cadet branch. They are related, yeah. And it's ironic because one of George's 2 sons, Jay Olmsted, who has been involved in the library project and the Eldridge Garage, is a landscape architect himself. So they're there, and it's in their genes. And it should be noted that George was very generous to the library as well as to the Eldridge Garage project.
Yeah, he was a super individual, so...
Yeah.
We'll miss you, George. Okay, next on our agenda, we're going to get into public comments, like I listed all of those.
Mr. Chair, you didn't ask if the public had any announcements or agenda item
You
requests.
have any more?
No.
Jill? Any in the public? God, I'm trying to get through before 10 o'clock and I'm blowing it. Anybody in the public or on the phone that would like to have a comment or agenda item request?
There's one hand up, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Do you see it? You have a name?
It went down. Elaine, did you have an agenda item request?
Was that Elaine?
It's back.
I'm sorry, I raised my hand prematurely. I want to comment on some of the agenda items.
Yeah, I probably led you astray. That's okay. Well, that'll be coming up right next, Elaine.
That's fine, no problem.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Mr. Chair, I see Rick Kinsley. I'm-
Kinsley, yes. I just want to thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Rick Kinsley. I do have a comment on the airport issue. I don't know if now's the right time or not.
It will be.
if-
It will be in a second. I'm going to run down all of the agenda items, and I'll ask. There are 2 airport issues, and I'll be specific on when to speak. Okay, Rick?
Yes, thank you, sir.
Okay, you bet. By the way, sir is my father. But in any case,
Understood.
yeah, I do the same thing. Okay. Now we get into new business, unless we have anything else. Good, thank you. Public comments on the business agenda. And I'm going to go down each of them and ask if anyone wants to comment, and then I'll stop and we'll talk to them. I would like to mention, which I didn't say up front, that we'll like to keep these to 3 minutes. It is a long agenda. Most of these agenda items, the board is familiar with. And it worked pretty well the last time, even though we had to go long. So if you need to go over, I may mention you're hitting 3 minutes, and then ask you for your bottom line if that's a problem. Okay? Okay, the first one is an extension on the Nauset North Beach sticker expiration. I don't see anyone there. Hey, Rick, by the way, you still have your hand up. There you go. Okay. Then we have seasonal liquor license renewals. I don't see anyone there. Then we get into our town meeting articles. The first one is prior year budgets. Next one is the FY22 budget adjustments and transfers. Okay, now we get a little meaty stuff. We have Cape Cod Regional Technical High School operating budget.
You rearranged one.
Oh, yes, I apologize, I did. I rearranged the last one, the purchase of the Chatham Health Club. Let me go back to the beginning, and that's at the front end. And are there any comments on the purchase of the Chatham Health and Swim Club property? Okay, not yet. Okay, then we go down to, we went through prior year budgets, budget adjustments. All right, next is the Manamoy Regional School District, our regional agreement. I see Elaine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In part, I think under this agreement, the district is asking for an additional $900,000 from Chatham for the Chatham Elementary School. And I believe that's going to be an ongoing recurring cost if our enrollment doesn't increase. And what I didn't see is anything in return for that, because there is nothing in that money that is going to work in any way to increase the enrollment. Recently, within the last couple months, the staff has asked the town to weigh in on possible locations for affordable housing. And I had brought this up, as had several other people. There are 32 acres at the Monomoy Middle School. And we could declare as surplus the 2+ acres that are on the street on stepping stones, and perhaps up to 6 or 7 acres on the top of the hill. Previously, the school committee had no interest in doing it for the Council on Aging. But I think this would have been an opportunity to go to them and say, if you really want to increase and help Chatham increase enrollment in our school system, that it should be declared surplus so that we can use it for affordable housing. It's a downtown location, it's a residential neighborhood, it's near the bike trails, and it's near the school. I think it's unfortunate that we didn't jump on this earlier to make it part of the agreement, but I would hope you could look into the possibility of making it a placeholder article so that you could look into it further or amend it from the town floor to make that part of the agreement. We should have done it back in 2012 when we regionalized. The Harwich kept their middle school out of the contract, so that they declared it surplus before we even signed the contract, and we probably should have done it then. But I think now's the time to do it. There's a lot of acreage there, and I think it makes perfect sense. And I think the school committee would be interested in doing that for us in exchange for an awful lot of money that we're going to be spending. So that's all I have on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine. Anyone else? I don't see any. Okay. Next is the operating budget for the school. Okay. Then next is the Eldridge Garage Property Improvement Project.
Yeah,
I see a hand, I lost it. Yep, it's Elaine.
It's me again. Yes, thank you. I think I would prefer to wait until I hear the discussion because I'm a little confused about how this has evolved. When we spent $2.5 million on it back in whatever year it was, I think people were under the impression that we were going to restore the building and, with passive use, and come up with some great ideas as to how to use it. In reading this now, it sounds like the plan is to demolish the building and build a replica. And then we're turning it into bathrooms. And we're asking, this is asking for $1.49 million, which brings the total up to $4 million for what sounds like 2 family restrooms and a lobby with photographs. And I don't know how many bathrooms we need in Chatham for tourists. There's one at the bandstand. There's one at the town hall. There's one behind the community center. Restaurants have them. I don't really understand why we were spending that kind of money for restrooms downtown that are only open seasonally. So, and then my other question is that there is apparently a benefactor that may pay all or part of it, but what if that falls through? Are we still committed to spending 1.495 from free cash on that, or is that up for debate? So I don't think that's the highest, best use of the building. I had said this before, and I hope we reconsider that. I think we could, if we're going to build a building, I think it could be more of a, something historic with more history. I don't think people are going to hang out in a lobby looking at pictures outside bathrooms. So anyway, those are my comments on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elaine. Anyone else? Gary Two-Lander, I believe your hand was up.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to talk on behalf of the support of the Eldridge Garage Parking Project. I'm also the president of the local chamber here in Chatham also, and also a member on the parking committee that we're looking at in the town of Chatham. So obviously the town of Chatham is reviewing parking for a reason, and we want to make sure that it's well thought out and good for residents, visitors, employees of businesses, et cetera. And investing in this part on Main Street, I think is a good investment on behalf of the town and the businesses downtown. The valet parking situation is going to be the most efficient way to park. They've been down there for a little bit, and they want to make sure that's improved. The public restrooms are very important. Visitation continues to rise to our community, which is wonderful. And we want to make sure people are comfortable in all different locations of town, and that downtown, there's businesses downtown that people would want to enjoy and be able to use the restrooms. And also I love the little story of the histories and black and white pictures that are going to go up there. So we like to endorse the project. We think it's important to have and to be a nice finished piece on part of Main Street. So thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you. Do I have anyone else? Okay, it doesn't look like it. Anyone on the phone? I haven't asked that. I figured you'd pop up. Okay. Next are special revenue allocation fund for up to 2% of local room tax. Let's see. Is that Gary again and then Rick Levitt? Hey, Gary.
I have no comment on this one.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
All right, Rick, welcome.
Thank you, Peter. Just very briefly, I support allocating a good portion of the local rooms tax and/or the new rental tax to provide capital needed for a very long, sustainable, affordable, attainable housing program. That's all I have to say on this subject.
All right, thank you, Rick. Let's see, anyone else? No, okay. Okay, we get into our petition articles. We have an article on 776 Main Street, 70 Depot Road, asking for, requesting a purchase. The town purchase it. I don't see anything. Okay, next is displacement of the airport runway. It's really 0.6 and 2.4 thresholds. Be 800 feet at the end of the physical runway. Any public comments on that? Saw some people before. Let's see. I see 1, 2. We have Gary Two-Lander and then Gavin A. And then we have a number. Let me start again with Gary. It's in the order that I have on my screen. It may not be exactly right, but Gary?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been coming to Chatham for 50 years. My grandparents lived here, and I remember my grandfather and grandmother taking me down to Chatham Airport and looking at the planes and all the interaction down there. It's just an iconic asset to the town, in my opinion. And anything we can do to support to make the airport successful and vibrant down there, and still be respectful to the residents. I understand all that, but it serves the community, it serves visitors, it serves people coming and going, obviously, from the destination. And the restaurant Hangar B has been very successful down. A lot of people visit that, and the airport obviously plays a major role with that. But it's truly is a destination in our community, and I hope the town and the select board can help support in any way to make sure that the airport's successful. So I believe there's three parts of this. One is a fund the cost of easements to a maximum of 1.9 million, which is totally reimbursed by the feds and the state grants, I believe. So I hope that we support that, but banning any aircraft is not in a certain design group and displays for runway thresholds, I think could jeopardize and hurt the airport. So I hope again, the town and the select board can come together and understand the importance of Chatham Airport. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Next is Gavin A.
Yes, hello. My name is Gavin Archibald, and I'm a hangar owner and aircraft operator in Chatham. And I'm against both proposals before the select board for both shortening the runway and moving the thresholds, or the runway protection zones inward. In short, to shorten a runway is to decrease safety. To increase the angle of approach path to a short runway is to decrease safety. To be clear, these proposals are not so veiled attempts at choking the life out of the Chatham Airport. There's several ways an airport can be suffocated. One of these is to decrease traffic. If you decrease traffic, you decrease the number of people who support the airport, and an effective tool at shutting down the airport. The legality of these requests is highly suspect, but legality does not stop the anti-airport crowd from trying anyway, as we learned with the skydiving controversy in the town and the large legal bills the town had to pay. Look past the flowery prose of the anti-airport crowd and their talk of liking their quaint airport and watching airplanes on a sunny day. Their goal is to step on the oxygen line feeding the airport. That oxygen line is traffic flow. The other oxygen line that is next on their list will be federal funding. But make no mistake, the goal is and has always been to shut down the Chatham Airport. Chatham Airport with a shortened runway is a useless airport. I would relocate from Chatham as I could not operate my twin-engine aircraft from this airport. Airports with short runways always end up dying. We need to look no further than the Marlborough, Mass. Airport to see what happens with airports with short runways. It's closed. Members of the Select Board, do the right thing. Do not abstain from your responsibility to the town and hope to live another political day. Do not allow the Chatham Airport to be suffocated on your watch. In closing, I've spent the last 10 years talking with Chatham residents. I have yet to find a person who does not support and cherish the airport. In the dozens of people I've spoken to, not a single person agrees with the vocal minority who continues to tie the town in knots with their agenda. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Gavin. Next I have, just says Hart on mine.
Mr. Chair, it's Rick Kensley.
Pardon?
Rick Kensley.
Oh, okay, Rick Kensley.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, I sure can.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening. My comments will be brief. I am a resident of Chatham. I am a non-pilot, and I'm a user of the airport. I fly with a company called PlaneSense, which has a long-standing and outstanding safety record and profile. I agree with the previous comments. This is clearly the first step on a slippery slope towards closing the airport. and I would encourage the committee to see through that. It is by all means fiscally irresponsible, and in the end, the taxpayers, for many reasons, will end up bearing the costs of these proposals. And I would encourage the committee to reject those two BOS proposals. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Rick. I still have Hart up. H-A-R-T. We have a Hart?
Hi, this is Hart. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. So, hi, everybody. Hart Fessenden here. I'm a Chatham homeowner and pilot. And before we get down in the weeds on the articles before the BOS, I'd like to say that we shouldn't forget that Chatham Airport is a jewel and it's an asset to the town. That's been alluded to by some of the previous speakers. Quick review. I'd like to remind everyone that in January 2019, the Mass DOT did a study and estimated that the airport supported 156 jobs. That's 156 jobs in the community, and produced $13.9 million of economic activity. Along with the economic benefits of the airport, there are also many other public benefits, such as the ability of Angel flights to operate out of the airport, Boston Medevac helicopters taking injured people to Boston, Coast Guard fish spotting, which is done by some of the fishermen for the tuna guys out there in the Atlantic. The Atlantic Shark Conservancy does shark spotting out of the airport. Center for Coastal Studies does whale watching out of the airport. I've seen NOAA aircraft in there. I've seen U.S. Fish and Wildlife aircraft in there. I've seen Boy Scouts there. And I also think that one of the unrecognized benefits of the airport is the open space it provides, which helps to replenish the aquifer. The list goes on, but I'm not going to keep going on that. In terms of the articles before us, one of which is banning certain types of aircraft, and the other involves shortening the runway, these proposals jeopardize the positive public benefits of the airport. Additionally, as it's been alluded to, if the articles were adopted, it's probably not legal. And also very concerning is the potential cost to the town, which would probably have to pay millions of dollars of monies that the town has accepted for the airport over the years for improvements.
You're almost at 3 minutes, so.
Okay, so the other issue which has been raised is that shortening the runway at the airport would be dangerous, and you don't have to believe me, you can believe a graduate of the Chatham High School who went on to become a major airline 737 captain, and she wrote me this to read. It says, taking away takeoff and landing surfaces is not only absurd, but dangerous and borders on reckless. She also went on to say that limiting the kind of aircraft that can land takes away the aircraft that serve and save lives.
You're past your 3 minutes, Hart. Sorry.
Okay, I'm done then. But obviously, I don't support the articles before the Board of Selectmen.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you. Next one I have is Renee Haas. Welcome, Renee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I would just, like to start by thanking the entire Select Board for its support of the Chatham Airport. Really, in the face of tremendous controversy and difficulty, I applaud you for coming to a much better relationship with the Airport Commission and, a shared sense of purpose to preserve and protect the airport. So I really appreciate that, and I'm looking forward to an even closer relationship between the two. There shouldn't really be any air between the two bodies. So you've already heard that the banning of aircraft of any kind is not permitted under grant assurances, and I'm sure you may hear more of that from the chairman of the commission. Really, this means that if this article is passed banning aircraft, future grants to the airport would be cut off immediately. Aside from the grants for easements and safety improvements, the airport would lose $795,000 of funding for repair of aging infrastructure, which has been approved through the bilateral infrastructure law. This is brand new. As soon as you have any controversy, those grants are definitely going to be cut off. The passage of such an article would most certainly cause litigation between town, state, and federal governments. Cost of litigation, which would be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars at the minimum, it would all be borne by Chatham taxpayers. The safety concerns regarding, the larger aircraft that, are, proposed to be banned, those are completely unfounded. These aircraft are almost always piloted by 2 professional pilots, and there's never been an accident at CQX with these aircraft. The people who favor adopting this article are interpreting FAA guidelines to support their personal interest in eliminating the noise of these aircraft. They're attempting to take control of the airport to satisfy their personal agenda, but certainly not to increase safety. As for the second article, which is displacing the runway thresholds, this would create a dangerous situation, which has already been alluded to by Hart, greatly increasing chances of an overrun on attempting to land. It's really like trying to get off a freeway without an exit lane to slow down. You don't need to be an aviator to figure out that this is very dangerous. The article doesn't even accomplish the movement of the runway protection zone, and it turns out that there still would need to be an RPZ 1,200 feet beyond the end of the landing runway. So the article
3 minutes, Renee.
flawed.
So wrap it up, okay?
Yes, I just saying, in summary, adoption of either of the petition articles squarely pits the town against the federal and state government, and all at Chatham taxpayer expense. And there's a far simpler solution to this problem. If the authors of these articles have a sincere interest in safety, they should refer their proposals directly to the FAA, which is the final arbiter of aviation-related safety issues. The town shouldn't be involved in the dispute, creating a quagmire of litigation among town, federal, and state authorities. I respectfully ask you to send a clear message through your leadership that these proposals are destructive and not in the interests of the Chatham community at large. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. Next, I have Rick Levitt. Welcome, Rick, again.
Thank you, Peter. I don't know if it's me, but methinks that thou protest too much. Our job is to lower the temperature here. These articles are not, these petition articles, these 2 petition articles are not anti-airport. If anything, they're articles that will preserve Chatham's small airport. They've been brought by citizens concerned with public safety, seriously concerned with public safety, concerned with growing airport commercialization affecting Chatham's small town character. We have over 500 landings and takeoffs of commercial planes, large commercial planes at Chatham Airport, affecting all of the community. And they're also concerned with preserving Chatham's natural environment. The airport has drafted plans to clear cut acres, almost 10 acres of trees on airport property to accommodate growing numbers of large commercial aircraft flying in and out of Chatham frequently these days. Chatham's planning board voted last week not to approve a related airport article because board members felt they had not been given a chance to carefully study the matter. These 2 articles give voters an opportunity to weigh in with their concerns. Let's give the voters a chance to talk, not just the pilots. These two articles give you, the select board and the planning board, insight as you move ahead with vetting airport plans. And by the way, the airport plans have never been vetted carefully by anyone other than the Airport Commission. Some of you have expressed concern that the process has been rushed. You expressed that last week at your meeting. Hearing from voters is important. Why shut them up? Why shut them down? I ask that when selecting the order of town meeting articles, you place these two articles early on the meeting agenda, giving all of us old folks a chance to be heard at town meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rick. I just will mention that these are on the warrant, or citizens petition. They all go on the warrant automatically. Let's see, I have a couple more. You know which one's next?
Diana?
Diana, let me ask you a question. I have Airport Commission on. If that's Huntley, you're going to speak during the agenda item.
I would, if I can speak later, that's fine.
Yeah.
If you want me to speak at the end of this particular time, I can do that as well.
It's one or the other. Let me ask the board. We normally do it during the agenda item. Yeah,
I will
to the
do
chair.
it.
Through the agenda item. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Who was it Diana?
Diana.
Diana, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I would really like to thank the Chatham Select Board for your support of the airport and for hearing us tonight. I'm a pilot and I am based at Chatham. And I was looking up when Chatham Airport was established, and it was established over 80 years ago, before many of the homes in or near the RPZ were built. If those who are proposing to either displace the runway threshold or limit the type of aircraft that can land in the airport, in my opinion, were truly concerned about safety, as they claim, my question to them, therefore, is why did you purchase your home near an airport to begin with, knowing that there was an airport there, knowing that you are close to a runway? I believe this small vocal group is not truly concerned about safety. They're using the safety issue as a disguise for limiting airport access. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Diana.
Mr. Chair, I think we have someone in person, if you'd like to go.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand raised. You could come to the front there. Yeah, either one of those mics should be on. There'll be a green light on the bottom of the stand. Okay?
Press that.
Yep, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Dana Quinn. I've never attended one of these meetings in Chatham, but I'm very passionate about this concern that we've got, along with these two petitions, to not only shorten the runways, but also to pick and choose who gets to use the Chatham Airport, which, by the way, I feel is a gem. One of the reasons I moved to the Chatham area is because of this. One of the reasons I moved to my former home in Norfolk, Massachusetts, is because Norfolk, Massachusetts had an airport. It's gone. So I moved down here, and now I hear that there's a few vocal folks, and I don't know how many a few is. I've only seen the same 6, maybe 12 folks who are quite vocal, as well as they deserve to be. They're as passionate about their beliefs as I am about mine. A little bit about my background. I don't want to give you a resume here, nor is anybody interested in my resume. I flew for 33 years with Delta Airlines as an international airline captain. I've been to airports all over the world. I flew for 27 years as a veteran in the U.S. Air Force. I've been all over the place with the military too. I say that not to try and impress anybody with my resume, but I do have experience. I don't claim to be an expert, but I will try and liken what's going on here to someone building a road like Route 6 and then someone coming in and buying a house, or someone deciding after the road has been built, you know what, we need to narrow that down and limit the number of people that come to the Cape. And you know what, by the way, while we're at it, we're not going to allow any pickup trucks on Route 6 because they're too big and they make too much noise. I'm a big believer in safety. I wouldn't be here after 33,000 flying hours. That's about 36 trips to the moon and back in an airplane, sitting in an airplane. And I wouldn't be here if it weren't for safety. And that's part of the reason I'm so passionate about this. I visit a friend of mine down at Mattatuck, New York. It's out on the eastern end of Long Island. His runway there is 2,200 feet, which is what they're proposing for the Chatham Airport. And after 33,000 flight hours and 757s and 767s all over the world, as well as my military training, I don't like going in there. It's way too short, and I don't have a twin-engine airplane. I don't have a Pilatus. I've got a small single-engine airplane. It's dicey. So I would please ask that we cooler heads prevail here. And I've also offered to take people up for rides in my airplane at my expense to show them what we're trying to do here. And it's not just to let pilots talk, because I would rather not be here talking. But I am passionate about the safety factor involved here, and it's going to go down if, number one, we start restricting who comes in here, and number two, we start removing good portions of concrete in the interest of shutting those particular airplanes out. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, board members.
Thank you, David. Kyle? Next up is Kyle Takajian.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'd like to speak to the third article, which is the displaced thresholds. I am a Chatham resident. I actually live on George Ryder Road, and I think I live closer to the approach end of 6th than anyone else. So I'm intimately familiar with the traffic at the airport. And just like the previous speaker, just a very brief snapshot of my background so you understand where my viewpoint comes from. I've held a commercial pilot's license for 25 years. And in the early 2000s, I owned and operated a certificated charter service, and we brought customers to Chatham and from Chatham. I also spent 30 years in the Coast Guard, which my first duty station was Station Chatham, and my reserve career ended about 10 years ago. Concurrently, I had a career as a police officer, and I retired from the town of Truro about 5 years ago, the last 6 years of that as their police chief. So I have a sincere appreciation for good policy, good decision-making on a government level, and an air towards safety in everything that I do. I think that this policy would be extremely bad for the town and for our pilots. And the number one concern there is safety. Chatham is known and has been for many years as a windy airport. And many times when aircraft are landing, they are buffeted by crosswinds. And many times when that happens, pilots have to reconfigure the aircraft over the runway. And doing that takes time, which equates to eating up runway length. So any attempts to shorten our runways will not improve safety at all. It will diminish it greatly. And the other thing is that we've had many discussions previously about noise at the airport. When you shorten and condense the runway, you also condense the area in which the aircrafts fly in the landing patterns. So what that means is homes that are closest to the runway will experience more noise than they do now. And I thought that that's something that we're trying to get away from. I have many more thoughts on the matter, but in the interest of time, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield my time to the next speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's see, I see Tom Wilson. I think TJW is, right, Tom?
Good evening. Yes, Peter, thank you very much.
Okay.
I am calling to speak specifically in support of what's being described as displaced thresholds. But what I feel is a more accurate description is a runway protection zone relocation. And let me harken back to last week's meeting where town council specifically said that the town has control of the airport. In their role as sponsor, they have control of the airport. And an airport sponsor can request FAA approval for runway displacement, especially when it concerns improving safety in a runway protection zone. For example, Hot Springs, Arkansas, Memorial Airport did a study. It was called a runway threshold relocation study. And what was going on there was land that was in the RPZ that the airport didn't control, that they never thought anybody would build on, but a developer came in and cleared it and was getting ready to put some structure on there. And they reacted to that by saying, hey, having a structure in an RPZ is against FAA RPZ guidance. That would make our RPZ not in compliance with FAA guidelines. And so they commissioned this study, and what they found was they wanted to keep safety on the ground, and the way that they could do that most economically was to move the runway threshold 888 feet back onto airport property and bring the runway protection zone back onto land that the airport owned. That's what they discovered. And that's what this is asking. I don't know that everyone is aware that when you stand in the Ocean State parking lot, you're in a runway protection zone where the FAA says you shouldn't be. When you're at the Shell station filling up with gas, you're in a runway protection zone where you shouldn't be. When you're at the farmer's market during our summer season, and you've parked your car and you're walking there through the job lot parking lot, you're in a runway protection zone. And the FAA guidance says people shouldn't be in the runway protection zone, structures shouldn't be in the runway protection zone, homes like on Agnes Lane on the runway 24 end shouldn't be in the runway protection zone. So when I hear people talking about safety, I think about the greater safety of the people who are unaware of how much of their activity is occurring in an area where the FAA says you shouldn't be.
Coming up on 3 minutes, Tom. Sorry.
So
bottom line.
My request to you is to consider this as a public safety measure where you can take the runway protection zones, move them back onto airport property like the FAA guidelines say, and make our runway protection zones in full compliance with FAA guidelines and not put our public in jeopardy when they're riding a bike on the bike path in West Chatham or living in a house in Agnes Lane. That's the safety issue here. Move the runway protection zones onto land that the airport controls and move them out of places where the FAA clearly says they're not supposed to be.
Getting there, Tom.
I'm done. Thanks so
Okay.
much for your time.
Thank you. I see,
Joseph Sandberg.
okay, Mr. Sanford. Joseph, welcome.
Thank you very much. Yes, Joseph Sandberg. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I am a pilot. I am a flight instructor, and I've been flying into Chatham Airport for well over 15 years. And one of the things I was always impressed with was the condition of the airport, the ramp, the runways, and its relationship that it had with the community. And I thought that was incredible because I've flown to airports all over the United States and Canada. And I've been following the debates that have been going on recently regarding the airport's future. And initially, I'd like to believe that everybody had safety in mind when they were forming their opinions and what they suggested for the airport's future. I no longer believe that that's the case. I can tell you as a flight instructor that proposing to reduce the length of the runway by displacing the threshold and leaving a 2,200-foot runway is not a safety enhancement. With the winds, as somebody mentioned previously at Chatham, with a frequently wet runway, as is the case at Chatham, all of these things require longer runways to operate well. In order to land on a shorter runway, you need to approach at a lower airspeed, which is not as safe. It requires that there's the potential for more potential botched landings, meaning that people need to apply full power and go around and try again. That's not going to enhance noise abatement procedures either. And the last thing I think any of us want to see is anybody either in aircrafts, passengers, pilots, people on the ground being endangered. And displacing the thresholds and leaving a 2,200-foot runway, which is by all means considered a short runway, even for aircraft designated as Category 1, the aircraft that we're talking about primarily, is a bad idea and an impediment to safety. And I'm going to abbreviate the rest of my discussion, and I thank you for your patience.
Thanks very much, Joseph. I don't see any others. Okay, that's it. I think we covered both of those articles. And that's it. We can start with our agenda from the beginning. Okay. First up is extension of the North Beach sticker requirement. Is that Dr. Bob?
Bring the swim club up first.
Oh, yeah, it did. God, it's tough. All right. Gail, this is a petition article for the purchase of the Chatham Health Swim Club. Gail Tilton is the petitioner. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Gail Tilton. I am a resident of North Chatham. I'm here this evening to present to you the citizens' petition that is related to the purchase of the Chatham Health and Swim Club. A little background on how this came about. I have taught a course in Chatham on 4 different occasions called Artful Aging. And the goal of that class was to provide some tools for making the aging process something of a more artful experience, one that's positive, vibrant health, quality of life. And the day that my most recent class ended, I was informed of the Chatham Health and Swim Club being available and the possibility of someone purchasing it to demolish it and put in storage units. And I sat there and thought to myself, I had once been a member of that health club. It represented so much of what I had been advocating in the class that I was teaching. Wellness on many forms, stress reduction, the weight challenge dietary programs that they offered, the education they offered there, the physical exercise, that old motto of keep moving, socialization. So it occurred to me that every single resident here in Chatham is aging. None of us are exempt, and this is something that processes that is taking place. And so my next thought was what a gift it could be if the town of Chatham could bestow on the residents by accessing this facility and making wellness programs available to many of the age demographics of this community. Swim lessons for children, water aerobics for adults, water therapy and jacuzzi opportunities for people that are getting shoulder replacements, hip replacements, knee replacements, of which I hear many. So I thought what a statement it would make to the residents of Chatham for this to be a priority of our town leaders, that health and wellness was in the best interest of our community residents. I was aware at one time that we did have 2 pools in our community, and now we have none. That people were paying for memberships to go up to the woodlands that were part of the Brewster Pleasant Bay Nursing Home facility so that they could have a lane. They reserve it once a week, and they could have a lane to swim. Because here in Chatham, during the winter months with the ice and snow, sometimes that was the only exercise opportunity that some of the people in this town had had. So I knew many people approached me about that. So I shared my thoughts with some people on one occasion about how great it would be if we had the access back of this health club. And Tim Wood approached me and asked me about what we had been discussing, and he put the article on the front page of the Chronicle. And I have to mention here that I never went out and solicited any signatures for this petition. I received phone calls, I received text messages, people came to my house and wanted to support the idea. They wanted to help, and they wanted to know in what way they could help to encourage this. They had been former members of that health club. Some of them had been members of the Liberty Commons Pool Mermaid Group, and they all missed it. That stopped 3 years ago. So within a week, I had 212 signatures for advocating that I approach the selectmen and ask if we could consider purchasing for the town the Chatham Health and Swim Club. In the interim, I was informed about some adjacent property to that swim club that they thought was town property that is adjacent and abuts the Department of Public Works, because there was some parking concerns about the health club, and they thought, well, perhaps that area could be converted into additional parking for the Chatham Health Club. I was also told about some plans that had showed possibility of thinking outside of the box for financing something of this sort, such as the way the town acquired the Marconi Museum property or the golf course, where there would be creative financing to make perhaps leasing to someone who would manage and rent coming back to the town and so forth. So it is my hope, along with the hope of the signers of that petition, that the select board could share that vision of a wellness center that is now currently available. It would certainly be an investment in the health and the vitality of the residents of Chatham for all ages. I just am presenting that message that came to me basically through people who were totally enthusiastic about us trying to look into this. So are there any questions to what I have brought you? And I appreciate you not sending me home in the dark. Thank you.
I did one thing right tonight.
Yeah, we don't want to go home in the dark.
I figured, but I.
All right, well, thank you. I just to be specific, though, the article says you propose town of Chatham purchase Chatham Health and Swim Club to benefit all citizens. Just generally, that's what it says.
Yes.
All right. Jeff has his hand up. We'll start.
Yeah, thank you, Gail. I have to say, when I got through the package over this weekend, how impressed I was with the 212 signatures. I was kind of blown away. Now, people, can be cynical and say, well, people sign a petition, no matter what, anything that's thrown under their nose, they'll sign it. But I have a feeling, looking at the names that signed that these folks, aren't just signing just because they felt that they, got to sign a petition. So, and I have some concerns about this piece of property and the location, but I think I would be totally politically tone deaf if I didn't take under consideration some movement on this issue. Now, I can't support the outright purchase tonight because I don't know what kind of shape the building's in. I don't know what it might cost. I don't know what remedial costs might be there. So there's a lot of work to be done before we can say, yeah, let's purchase that health club.
Right.
So I would support, I'm a little confused. The article that you propose to purchase it, well, I wouldn't vote for that, but I would support a feasibility study.
Right.
I would support,
I assumed that a feasibility study would be necessary after people express the interest in having the health club. So being new to this process, that is the way it was stated. But yes, I would feel that you would have to do a feasibility study to know whether or not. So
there's work to be done there because I'm not sure we have the money to do it. I would turf that to Jill, whether we have any monies available to do a feasibility study. And that's really not what the petition article says.
No, that's the problem.
So I guess I'm looking for some guidance from smarter people here on this board on how we might be able to get a feasibility study on the warrant, because I think that's kind of what we need to do before you would even entertain the purchasing, Gail.
Absolutely.
Well, I had Shereen and then Dean, okay, and Corey. We'll do that, and then we'll talk to.
Yeah, that was what I had saw too. There's no cost associated to the article, and so it's a recommendation that would take a longer time. And I did get a lot of emails from folks over the course of the last few weeks, actually months, about this, about the health club. And when we first looked at it, when I first thought about it, it's and we've heard that it's fraught with many issues with ADA. It's an older building. It's going to take some consideration. So what Jeff has said, a feasibility study would be probably the path to go, which I could support. I said to, I think, a couple of people, I don't know if it was Michael Westgate had called me or who it was, that, and I told him at first this was a couple months ago, I didn't have a flavor for this at all. But if people were going to come forward and they had some support around it, then maybe the Board of Selectmen and the Select Board would take a deeper look into it and go into the process of a feasibility study. So I don't know how that works, whether that's an amendment on the town floor for them to do that, but you'd have to talk with town council or somebody about that exact issue.
Thank you, Shereen. Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure I'm one of the smarter people on the board. Thank you for your presentation. I approach this with some skepticism because we would be the only municipality on Cape Cod running a swim club. I think I checked with the town manager this afternoon. I think the nearest municipal swimming pool is in New Bedford. And I can see issues related to the types of things that Shereen was just talking about, as well as the ongoing maintenance, staffing, and the potential liability issues for the town. At the same time, apropos of what Jeff was saying, it would be premature to just say, let's go ahead and buy this. It's been on the market for some time now. It's listed at $1.3 million. No private entity has stepped forward to my knowledge, to acquire it and continue its current operation. And I'm not quite sure what happened other than a withdrawal by the potential purchaser that was going to have storage there. But I would certainly support a feasibility study. I don't think we have any readily available funds, so it would have to be something, I think, appropriated at town meeting. And there are two ways, I think, that we could do that. One would be to let this article go forward. It's going to be on the warrant at town meeting. We're going to have to take a position tonight. I'm probably going to vote no on that because it calls for the outright purchase. But as Shereen suggested, a motion, I think the moderator would allow a motion. I think it's within the parameters of your article because it talks about anything related thereto. I think that would include a motion to fund a feasibility study. But I think one thing the board could do as an alternative would be to place our own article on the warrant tonight. We're closing the warrant this evening. Place an article for a feasibility study. We could attach a dollar amount to it, probably pulling a number out of the hat. That way, that would be in front of town meeting, and let town meeting vote it, deliberate it, and vote it up or down. I certainly could support that. I think it's within the framework of what we could do tonight. And I'll just end by saying it's very hard for me to vote against anything that Roz Coleman is endorsing. So I respect all the folks that signed this, and those are my thoughts on it. But I would want the feasibility study to include an examination of any needed upgrades, as well as ongoing maintenance, staffing, upkeep, and liability issues. along with anything else that you would want to do in a feasibility study. I think
I
we
think
need to
people would
take
be
care of all.
thrilled with it being considered
We
for a
need to go in-
feasibility study,
yeah,
yes.
we need to go into this, with our eyes wide open and
Right.
then make an intelligent, informed decision. So that's where I come down on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. Corey?
Thank you, Peter. Thank you for bringing this forward for the petition. I mean, I recognize the interest in having a town pool. I mean, it goes way, way back when the community center was constructed, or the old elementary school was constructed, and the concept of a pool was dismissed at that time. I know some people have gone to Liberty Commons. I know, my kids are getting older now, so the water babies classes that we used to go there are long gone. That pool is no longer. When we were younger, we used to bounce from Brewster to Hyannis to all over the place for different type of swim lessons for different programs. So I totally understand and see with the interest in the pool. I only pause on this property knowing some of the information I know. It's been on and off the market. As a kid, I've been there before. I know that, I'm trying to think how to choose my words carefully. It would be a bit of a project to bring the facility up to a municipal swimming facility. The cost would be significant. Basically, knowing the information that it's open for public. Anyone who's looking into the property is going to be, given certain information. And the cost of materials is going up and everything. So to tackle this and bring it up to what we'd want it to be, the dollar amount could get up there. We don't know that for sure, but this general speculation. I would love to see a pool in this town at some level. Is the town of Chatham the one who's going to operate it? I don't know if that's the right or wrong way. I do think, I've had conversations about the swimming pools over the last couple weeks because this has kind of been a topic floating around. And, no pun intended, yeah, caught me on that one. This facility, would it really meet the needs? I mean, the deck is not overly big in that swimming pool area. Would that suffice to the programs we would want to foresee having? If we truly want a pool, would we build a new facility somewhere else? Where? How much money do you want to spend? So a lot of conversations can come up. I'm open to the idea of discussion about it. It's obviously going to go on the warrant because it is a citizen petition, and the voters will vote it up or down. I take pause on this particular piece of property because I do know some we generally know some information that would, our duty to the taxpayers, raising concerns, would cause us pause. But I'm curious to see where this comes and vote. We vote. If there is support for it, and even if the seller were to, come up with a viable number for the town to buy it, but that's a conversations yet to have too, obviously. So, no, I'm curious to see how this whole thing shakes out. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey.
Thank you.
Gail, I probably got to just say some of the things my colleagues have, but I'm very familiar with that pool. I'm very familiar with the club. My wife and I belonged to it for a number of years when we first got here. Our kids were swimmers. They swam in college. We lived in an area where there was a summer league, swim league. We lived in an area where swimming was a big deal. They still swim today they're not quite seniors yet, but they're getting, anyway. So I hate to say that, but I can understand it. Shereen and I were part of 365. The younger families would like to have it, and I understand that. But having been in that facility and knowing that a number of people did complain about certain ADA capabilities and all of those things that were there when we were there, because it was tough for them to get up into the building. Mm-hmm. The outright purchase right now is kind of like, okay, what are we buying, right? We really can't do that. And I can understand, and the other part of the argument is, well, you don't know whether you want to buy it or not until you do a study, right? You have to have the information to be able to do that. And I'm kind of this way too. Not only you'd have to look at the upgrade, the ADA capability, maintenance, and parking. I think one of the options was we could put parking over in the government, in our municipal area. I mean, those are all options we have to consider. You could also have to consider, we may not have to run it. You could have someone do it for you. Now, there's good and bad in that. Also I'm familiar with. Our neighborhoods all had pools where I was, so you had a neighborhood pool, and you either leased it out, or you had your sons and daughters be managers, which in an event they did too. So there's a lot of benefit. Maybe it would also, if it's a community pool, it might bring people to use it from somewhere else, as long as we had first priority, since it's ours, of course. But, and it is a great senior activity. And that pool was used by a number of, and I say seniors, younger seniors or whatever, every day.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I could see the benefit. Jeff has his hand up before I go to Jill. Jeff?
Okay, I'm sorry. Oh, well, I wanted to make a comment. My mother swam there for 23 years in the elderly class. She loved it. She thought it was a phenomenal asset. So I would like to move a recommendation on this, and in two phases. I'd like to have us vote on this petition, and then I have a motion.
Okay.
If that's okay.
You want to make any comments before you?
No, I'll wait till you offer the next
Okay.
motion.
Okay.
So I move to recommend the purchase of the health club as described by the petitioners, as submitted by the petitioners.
Okay, we have a second? Second. Any discussion? Okay, let's take a vote. Shireen?
I'm going to abstain because we're going to do a feasibility study.
No, but okay.
Yeah.
Corey? My discussion would be, we're voting on whether we want to do this.
Right.
And then we're going to put another petition up to say we want a feasibility study, is what I assume you're going to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you vote, okay, I'll let you think about that.
No, I get this. This is the tricky part. I mean, if you can allow me.
Sure.
I mean, there are people that follow conversations and the votes we take. And there's a lot of people that are going to look at the black and white of the warrant, 5005, whatever, and just take it at face value. So there's obviously more in-depth thoughts involved in how we're voting. That we throw that out there. Philosophically, just the concept of having the pool out there, I want to vote yes, because I kind of like that idea. But I do know deep down other issues involved with this particular property.
Yeah.
The potential capital cost that this is going to be associated with that. So I don't want to have to qualify my vote, but it's not just a black and white, yay, up or down. I'm very open to the concept of a swimming pool.
My lack of experience in wording that was probably.
Oh, no, it's fine.
I assumed that to word something like that, then there had to be a study because you had to know what you were buying. So I understand this completely.
Dean, go ahead.
Yeah,
are you
finished?
No?
I'll say yay. I'm going to put yes. I'll say yay.
Yes, you want to purchase it?
Yes, I want to consider purchasing it.
Okay.
It may not be viable, but yes.
Dean?
Okay. I'm going to be consistent with what I said earlier, because I'm going to probably support Mr. Dykens' motion, but I will say in respect to what's printed in the warrant, we've had it asked before from town meeting floor, when people see what the select board vote was, sometimes they'll see a couple of members voted in the minority on a particular article, and they'll ask, well, what were you thinking? And there's an opportunity to explain that. I get what Corey is saying, but I abstained last week on an article, and people are free to ask why I did that. But I said earlier I would vote no on this particular petition, and because I don't think we're ready to make that statement at this time, so I'm going to vote no. Thank you.
Jeff?
And as am I. I'm going to vote no, but I'm going to vote yes on a feasibility study, Gail. So I just want you to know that. I vote no.
Okay, and now I'll make it a no also, so at least a no on purchase. 3-1-1. Okay, Jeff, now this is important.
I'd like to move that the town allocate funds to conduct a feasibility study for the building, the pool at the Chatham Health and Swim Club. that study to include
Upgrades.
what upgrades are needed, what's needed for ADA compliance, and for infrastructure, mechanicals.
I'll second that.
And just, I don't know if you have to,
You guys
but
can
I'd say
wordsmith all you
parking
want.
and maintenance also in that.
Do we need to?
Amend? Yes,
You
Gene.
need a dollar amount on that.
Yeah, I was going to offer
Oh.
that too, but do we need to really specify all that in the motion?
No, I mean,
Just say a feasibility study?
Feasibility study, and what kind of
I-
shape the
I
building.
see Alex up. Alex, go ahead. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, in order to allocate funds, we would need to know the source of funds and a dollar amount. Whether the source of funds is coming from free cash, we could appropriate that. Again, I don't know how much you're looking for. As you know, the town manager does have a consulting and engineering account. However, you might want to allocate additional funds to that account, which is under the capital account, which you've already voted. So I would say to allocate funds probably from free cash or the tax rate for this purpose.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Gene.
To Alex, don't we typically try to keep the free cash available for capital items and not?
Yep, we do. This is not an ongoing cost, so it's not a budgetary operating cost. It is a specific article, and therefore funds aren't expended. It would close out again to free cash in the future.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to undertake a feasibility study, and I'd like to amend the motion to add a fiscal note of $50,000. And town manager can
Mr. Chair, do
opine.
you want to do up to 50,000?
Up to $50,000 coming from free cash.
Okay.
I'll amend my second.
Second. Any discussion? Corey, go ahead.
I'm going to really step into it tonight. I know I am. I already knew coming here tonight it was going to be a tough night. So anyway, going to speak now, forever hold my peace. I don't know if I agree with some of this stuff, but I'm going to throw some thoughts out there. So the sentiment for a town pool or public pool for all age groups seems to be building a little bit. Now, the Chatham Health Club is for sale, thus it's an easy target. It's obviously a pool, needs X amount of work. We got a question. The feasibility study will back up what we need for parking and development, whatever. Some will say, well, why, if we really want a pool, why would we buy another why don't we just buy, build on town property? Like where could we build on a piece of an actual pool that would fit the needs? Significant costs associated with that, but where would that be is there an appetite for that out there now? Don't know, just throwing it out there for conversation. So this is where I step into it. Would it be viable, and I think the feasibility study would be relatively straightforward, but this is a conversation I've had recently, with the property on the middle school. We looked at it for COA. There's been back and forth about whether that should have been developed, not or should not have been developed. Housing definitely was an option out there, but if we put a community pool in that's obviously tied to, the school may end up having a swim team at some point. Nostit looks as a swim team. Maybe reaching grand ideas, but it's going to be up to the voters if they were to support something like that. But maybe a development of a new facility with a swimming pool in the right place on town property may or may not have traction. So I'm just throwing it out there for discussion. If we're really going to talk about it, I just want to throw everything out there and kind of let the voters weigh in, because a pool anywhere is going to cost some significant amount of money to buy it, build it, operate it, insure it, you name it. So if we're going to talk about it, I think we should put all our cards on the table and see really what the appetite is.
I thought of my position coming here tonight was to primarily let you know the high interest that I witnessed in the community for this pool, and the fact that it was already built. And it was my understanding that just before COVID, that pool was redone. There was some, I have not been inside. I was once a member, but I have not been inside within the recent, because no one, I think, has been. But I kind of knew that you'd have to do some kind of a study to know what you were purchasing. But I just really, my goal here was to inform you that there was a great deal of interest just within a week of when the topic came up. So I think a feasibility study is exactly what needs to be done. And however, people will be thrilled to hear that it's being considered.
Okay, Gail, any other comments? My only comment would be, just to look at both sides of the argument. To build a new pool is going to be it's going to be expensive, right? We tried an outdoor pool in our neighborhood. We had a piece of property that was part of the development. Right? That is very expensive. Whether or not that's going to be more expensive than rehabbing the existing building and putting parking next door, I don't know. My gut, which is not always correct, is that it's going to be, it won't be as expensive to renovate. Now, does the board have a appetite to go both ways to look at it? That'd be a lot of money. Go ahead.
I appreciate what Corey's putting forward. I guess that should, whether we want to take a look at that other location at Stepping Stones in the middle school is.
I would say we do the feasibility study on the current building, explore what kind of appetite we have. And I think the voters will decide, like, if this really fits the needs, fine. If it doesn't fit the needs, but we still want a pool, that is phase 2 of a conversation.
That's where I was leading to, because I think it's up to the town meeting voters to determine whether they want to do this feasibility study, and if people are interested in another location, that can be brought up at town meeting, and if we were to go in that location, it would require approval from the school district as well, so it would be a longer process. So that's where I would go. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion up, right? And we have a second, and it's to do a feasibility study on the existing property at the swim club. Okay, let's take a vote.
$50K free cash.
$50K free cash, that's right. Jeff?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
Shereen?
Aye.
Chair says aye. Thank you, Gail.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, get back on the schedule. Now we're back to prior year bills.
No, Dr. Duncanson.
Where was I? Oh, yeah, let me go back up here. Extension and Nauset and beach stickers. How could I forget that? I will make a comment on it. Welcome, Dr. Duncanson.
Good evening, members of the board and folks at home. Hopefully this is a very quick one for you. We were notified last week by the town of Orleans that they have made a decision that all resident and non-resident stickers will have an expiry date of June 30th from now going forward. That affects the Nauset Beach stickers, which we issue to Chatham residents, which currently have an expiration date of April 30th. So I'm asking the board to consider extending the expiration date for the 2021-2022 North Beach over sand vehicle stickers to June 30th of 2022. And then the new stickers that Orleans provides us, they have already been printed with a June 30th expiration date. So when folks get their new stickers for the remainder of this year and next year, they will come with a June 30th expiration date. So it's only the current stickers, which are slated to expire on April 30th, that we need to do this basically 2-month extension for. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Bob. Any questions from the board? Shereen?
I don't have any questions. I'm just going to make a motion on this.
Okay.
I move to extend the expiration date to 2021-2022 Nauset Beach over sand vehicle permits until June 30th, 2022. So we're extending the expiration date.
All right, second? That was second. Discussion? Seeing none. Let's start with Shereen.
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
Chair says aye. Thank you, Dr. Bob.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have our seasonal liquor licenses, and we have Shauna. Welcome, Shauna.
Hi, good evening.
Yes, happy to report that all of the seasonal licensees submitted the paperwork and the fees on time for renewal for the 2022 season, which begins on April 1st. And also, I wanted to let the board know that the recent application by, for the Chatham Cut, the new restaurant at 1200 Main Street, was approved last week, so they'll be opening as soon as their renovations allow.
Okay, any questions, or Dee?
I just have a question, Shauna. Pisces is listed now. They have a for sale sign up. Are they planning to open
Yes,
this
I
season?
did check with the owner. She is planning to operate this season until the business sells, or maybe amend her business plan for next
Okay,
year.
thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman? Oh, I'm sorry, Sharon, go ahead.
Yeah, I just had a question. What about the talkative pig? Where's that landing in this?
I have a signed purchase and sale on that business. We're waiting for one more piece for the application. It should be before you in the next few weeks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, take it back. Dean?
I was just going to offer a motion, but let me ask you, are they planning to continue that as a restaurant?
Yes.
Good. Mr. Chairman, I move that the board, as the local licensing authority, approve the renewals of the following seasonal liquor licenses as recommended for the 2022 season. All alcohol, Blue Coral Seaside Cuisine and Spirits, Inc., Diane E.F. Company, Inc., DBA The Captain's Table, 593 Main Street Bistro, LLC, DBA The Bistro on Main, Peter Higgins, DBA Dogfish Taco Company, Chatham Pisces Restaurant, Inc., DBA Pisces Restaurant and Bar, TPJ Restaurant Group, LLC, DBA Pates, The Queen Anne Inn, Inc., DBA The Queen Anne Inn, Wine and Malt Only, OSR Seafood, Inc., DBA Cream and Cone, Pleasant Bay Village Motor Court, Inc., DBA Pleasant Bay Village Resort, The Grump, Inc., DBA Sweet Tomatoes.
Second.
Second, any discussion? Seeing none, I'll start with Jeff.
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
Shereen?
Aye.
Chair says aye. Thank you, Shauna. Okay, next up is our annual town meeting article on prior year bills. There you are. Welcome, Alex.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. Good evening. Yes, we have one prior year bill that needs to be approved by town meeting at the annual town meeting. As you might recall, this year we had special town meetings, so most of these were taken care of at that October town meeting. However, we just received a bill for $1,306.75 in March, just a couple weeks ago, and this is dated from March of last year, so it requires a 4/5 vote of town meeting for approval to pay this invoice.
Thank you, Alex. Any questions or comments? Or a motion? Or a motion to place first? Prior year bills on the warrant. We have a second? Second discussion? None? Start with Shereen.
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
And the chair says aye. Now, a vote to recommend prior year bills in the amount of $1,306.75.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we'll start with Jeff.
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
Shereen?
Aye.
Chair says aye. Thanks, Alex.
Mr. Chairman, I believe my motion was to place the article for the feasibility study. I also believe we need to have a
Yeah, we do.
recommend. So I move to recommend.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay. Comments? None? All right, Jeff.
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
Shereen?
Aye.
Chair says aye. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you again, Alex. All right. Current year budget adjustment transfers, still up.
Thank you. Yes, this year, current year budget adjustments and transfers, we're requesting transfers from free cash into the special revenue funds that currently are in a deficit state. And I've listed 3 different accounts. The largest amount is the one for the COVID-19 costs associated with the pandemic for $466,114.33. There are 2 smaller grant programs for which grants have expired and we did not receive funds for one reason or the other. I can go into those in a little bit more detail. One is the Winter Rapid Recovery Program. This was a grant awarded back in FY 2014 and FY 2015. Total amount was $101,544. I think during the transition from one DPW to an interim DPW to another DPW director, funds were expended in excess of what was expected back from the reimbursement. So we have a deficit of $10,389.49, which we're asking to fund from free cash. Another small amount is the Morris Island U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services grant, deficit of $4,614.54. And this was part of a larger grant that was awarded to widen the road and provide parking along the Morris Island Causeway. However, that never came to fruition and the construction did not take place. And this was just for design and engineering costs associated with the greater project. And because it never took place, no funds for reimbursement were sought. So we're asking to transfer funds from free cash to eliminate this deficit. And then the third item is the FEMA COVID-19 and CARES Coronavirus Relief Fund, which were reimbursable grants. As you might recall, FEMA takes a long time for us to receive reimbursement, often many years later. As a matter of fact, I think 2 years ago, we received reimbursement from Superstorm Sandy. So we're asking to fund the deficit in the COVID-19 FEMA grant, $466,114.33. And then when we do receive reimbursement for a portion or all of the amounts that have been expended, that will close to free cash, as it will be a miscellaneous unrecurring receipt. Again, then that generates free cash. So basically, it's a wash at this time, once we receive the reimbursement, should all the expenditures qualify. FEMA has become very strict in some of the uses for some of the reimbursements. So we've been able to get reimbursement from the CARES CVRF fund in the amount of $393,577.75, but we're still awaiting additional reimbursement.
Oh, you froze there.
Any questions?
Okay. Any questions for Alex? Seeing none, a motion to place the current year budget adjustments transfers on the warrant.
So moved. So moved.
Second? I would have a second. Okay, any discussion? Seeing none. Shereen?
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
Okay, and then a vote to recommend transfer from free cash of $481,186.36 to Winter Rapid Recovery Program 20-420-4229 for $10,389.49. The Morris Island USFS WS Grant 20-420-4228 of $4,614.54. And then final COVID-19 FEMA 20-513-5198 for a total for $466,114.33.
So moved.
We have a second.
Second.
Okay, we'll take a vote. Shereen?
Aye.
Cory?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
And Jeff?
Aye.
And the chair says aye. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Monomoy Regional School District, Monomoy Regional Technical High School operating budget. Cape Cod Regional Technical High School.
Yes, thank you. I thought it was the text.
Yeah, right.
Yes. Tonight, we're asking you to approve the Cape Cod Regional Technical High School operating budget. The amount that's listed in your packet of $361,235 is actually reduced. So the new amount, I'll say this again, $355,235. So again, it's a reduction of $6,000 from what was in your packet, $355,235 for the fiscal year 2023 operating budget for the Cape Cod Regional Technical High School. This includes both the assessment and the debt for the new school building. And it was in the debt that the difference was, it should be $111,755,000 in debt service for the new school building.
Any comments or questions? How about a motion? I'll let
Mr. Chairman, I move to, so this, we need to place this? Is that the first vote?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I move to place this article on the warrant, for ATM 2022.
Second.
Second, discussion? Okay, we'll start with Shereen.
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
Chair says aye. Motion to recommend.
So moved.
We have any comments? None. Jeff?
Aye.
Dean?
I'll second.
second.
Yeah.
Okay, Jeff?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
Shereen?
Aye.
Chair says aye. Okay, thanks, Alex. And now we'll turn it over to our school, Monomoy Regional School Superintendent, Scott, and Michael's here too also, I guess. Yep. Welcome, Scott.
Thank you. So Michael and I are both here and virtually here, so we can share things if as needed. So I don't know, I think in your packet there's the regional agreement, so I just want to make sure that we're starting in the right order. So
Yeah,
if we start with the regional agreement, we have the side-by-side original agreement with the areas that are changing, or that are the areas that the school committee has recommended that we make changes. We have also incorporated into that all of the changes that the DESE, the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, have requested. So it has been vetted by the DESE legal team. So all, that process has happened and it's all been aligned. We did a full presentation, I think, last time we were here on the presentation. There's actually only one substantive line that I think has changed. The only other things in it is that the Department of Ed just asked Michael to go spell out a couple of the math processes, in terms of how the assessment gets calculated. So but I can just share. So this is the updated presentation. It's the same thing that you saw before. We can just kind of go through where things in the regional agreement are changing.
Yeah, that's fine, Scott.
So let me jump into the virtual meeting here and I can share the screen. So we'll kind of just do a quick overview for those who, who are watching online. Oops. Slash it. So the concern that was initially raised by myself to the school committee is just that we have a funky situation that I don't think anybody ever anticipated when the original agreement was initially written. But if we look over time, over the last decade, what we see year after year is that because Chatham Elementary School is so much smaller than Harwich Elementary School and has gotten smaller relative to Harwich Elementary School, it's shrank at a faster rate. We've seen that there's a disproportionate amount of money that the Harwich taxpayers are paying to fund the elementary schools, and that it would be a more equitable approach if we can go and have both towns pay for their own elementary schools, including the capital items that would happen at them. So we've talked about revising the regional agreement in a two-step process. So the first is all things fiscal, which is this go-round. And then in the regional agreement, there's a whole bunch of obsolete language. In fact, the word monomoy doesn't even show up in the regional agreement. So So the processes of regionalization, we would go in and update the regional agreement at a subsequent town meeting, ideally one town meeting from now, to sort of clean up the language of regionalization. This is purely an economies of scale phenomena that we're trying to address. It's looking at how much it costs to operate a very small elementary school versus a larger elementary school. And the last time we were here, we talked about, if you look at the current fiscal year's budget, that it costs about almost $7,000 more per pupil to educate them at Chatham Elementary School than at Harwich Elementary School. And the way the regional agreement is laid out is that the Harwich taxpayers pay for 3/4 of that overage based on a per pupil, or based on how many students are from Harwich and how many students from Chatham attend the public schools. So we've talked about just why this is important. From a Harwich taxpayer's perspective, it's to provide that fiscal equity. But from a Chatham taxpayer's perspective, it's really to make sure that we have this elementary school. It's an awesome elementary school that my daughter started her journey through Monomoy at that school. And I think the select board has heard loud and clear, the school committee's heard loud and clear that there's a want to have Chatham Elementary School. We need to make sure that we can also fiscally sustain that within the school district's budget. So there are 7 little places in the regional agreement where there are changes. The only substantive change from last time that we were here, and it's a little bit minor and it's just kind of clarifying things, is the section on how the school committee votes to approve the budget. The last time I was here, I was explaining that the line in here that the Department of Education has raised as the issue is, it says that said proposed budget shall be approved by majority of vote with at least one committee member from each member town voting in the affirmative. And why this wasn't sort of flagged 10 years ago when the regional agreement was initially laid out, I don't know, but it's a different Commissioner of Education, different legal team there, and they have shared that the wording as it's currently stands here goes against state statutes, in that state statutes specify how a regional district's budget gets passed, and that it's by a majority vote, period, and that there can't be a qualifier to the majority vote. But we also know, and I know quite well as superintendent, how important having the smaller town of Chatham have that voice in the budget process and not feel like it's getting overwhelmed by a larger Harwich vote. So we initially proposed a revised set of wording with DESE, and they asked us to come back with just a clarifier. So the revised language that DESE has now said is fine and would work. And this is actually really talking about the process that currently happens anyway. So so our school district has a finance subcommittee that meets and works with Michael and I on the development of the budget that moves forward. And that finance subcommittee is comprised of 2 members from Chatham, 2 members from Harwich. So we work through the budget in that subgroup that has the voice. It has a voice from Harwich and Chatham on there, so it doesn't move forward to the school committee without an approval from someone from Chatham. So it's meeting what that initial language was in this process. So the new language that DESE has said would be appropriate and would fall within that state statute says, the regional district school committee shall have a budget/finance subcommittee charged with, among other things, to develop a proposed budget. The budget finance subcommittee shall have 4 members, 2 of which from each member town. The budget finance subcommittee shall vote to approve a proposed budget by majority vote with at least one member from each town voting in the affirmative, just like the language before. And then the way that, that Desi, says that this meets and passes the muster is the last line, said proposed budget is subject to the approval by majority vote of the regional school district committee. So that's, that's the one thing that has substantively changed since last time we were here. Other than that, in the following sections, I think before we didn't have sort of the A, B, C's that just kind of designate how the calculations happen on budgets, or all the way down to the assessment. But that's changed. I can go through each of these or stop there.
But, I think we're fine. Yeah, go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Scott and Mike. I think the finesse on budget approval is a good one. I think it mirrors the language and the spirit of the original agreement. It was there intentionally to avoid the tyranny of the majority, in fact, so that's why we wrote it that way. But I think I think it's excellent. I think it's the exact same sentiment and gets to the same place where we wanted to be as, quote unquote, the smaller town, if you will. And I also appreciated the way this package was put together and how you presented the differences. It's very clear. So I suggest that, bring the same clarity to town meeting. We shouldn't have too many problems. Certainly very much in favor of having our own elementary school. I had a question on just the number that was in our warrant package versus, there's been 2 or 3 or 4 numbers bandied about since we started this. So, Mike, we started at 6 or 5 or 6, and then it was 9, then it was 1, now it's 7. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, yes, the numbers have changed largely because of foundation enrollment figures, which we get from the state, and just getting those final figures, which we just got a few weeks ago. And then we also have to break it down by grade, because the way the new assessment methodology works, you actually require that foundation enrollment by grade, which is not a number we've had in the past. So we've had to get that and had to go back 3 years, then average it. And so just getting those figures, so we've been working with estimates and trying to get those figures is why the numbers have changed. That and state revenue was up higher than we thought it would be, so that's why it came down below.
So I think to clarify, and I know Elaine had asked something before and mentioned that the number's 900,000. That the 900,000 is not what the impact of this budget article, I think Michael can kind of differentiate what's the drive, what would be the cost of paying for your own elementary school versus the budget was going to go up anyway this year because there was foundation enrollment increases and just budget increases. The budget's going up in Harwich too, so there's sort of a budget increase that the town would have seen anyway on top of what the impact of the article is.
So the impact of the article is around 740,000. Yeah.
That's in our package.
Yeah, it is.
But that's not the increase year on year. That's just the increase in the.
Are you okay, Jeff?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Jill, will this package as it is be included in the warrant for the voters, so they'll see they're not going to see it in color, obviously, but maybe they'll see it in color on a screen if we're indoors.
Yes, Shauna was working on this today. I mean, normally we show any changes in legislative format, which is underlined, but this is very clear. So the other thing, our warrant isn't actually printed in color, so we're fine tuning how to present it so it could be as clear as possible.
Perhaps on the screen, though, at town meeting, it could be in color.
Yes, town meeting presentation.
We
it could
could
be something
print
like
out
this.
copies of it for everybody at town meeting.
I just wanted to say, Mr. Chairman, I think this is a good resolution, and I appreciate the work that has been done by the school district and town of Harwich representatives and our own representatives, and I know Jeff was part of that team. I think Jill and Alex, I don't know who else was, but whoever did, I commend them on it. So I'm okay with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. Yeah, I would say the same. There is a question that always comes up. Not always, but it's sort of in the background that you hear. Made the comment that this is to help maintain our school because there's such a dichotomy in the costs that are associated with it. What I still hear, and let me know if I'm wrong, that if we had more Harwich people come over, then the cost per student would come down because we're moving some of the Harwich people over into Chatham. And the way I understand it is, it doesn't make a difference where they are. It's a single pool of students.
Yep.
And you take the number of students, no matter which school they're going to in Harwich or Chatham, and that's how you figure it is. You can move them back and forth, but the way the agreement is written is based on, the number of students, and the number of students is what it is. It's not a matter of moving them from one place to another. And I think this is an excellent way to maintain our school in Chatham, and it is a fair, I think, a more fair way to address our funding issues between the two towns. Good.
Yeah, I also want to, just emphasize that the regional agreement also states that there will always be a school in Chatham and an elementary school in Chatham and an elementary school in Harwich. And I think what this does too is it takes the pressure off of a school committee and the superintendent to ever be in a position of saying, okay, equalize per pupil somehow, or, because what we want to do is we have been doing this for the last decade, having the same vibrant program happening at Chatham Elementary School as happens at Harwich Elementary School. It's just more expensive to do it when there's only 150 children versus, 550 children. I think that's the important thing here, is that it makes sure that we have the funding and have the same vibrant, program happening at Chatham Elementary School, and not be in some place that nobody on the school committee wants to be and no superintendent wants to be, which is trying to look at equalizing education between two radically different size school buildings based on, per pupil costs. Let's make sure that we have the quality education program the same.
Okay, thanks, Scott. Any other comments? So we have this placed. We want to have we need to recommend this one, right? Yeah. A motion to recommend.
Move to recommend, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Is this placed
Any
already?
more discussion? And move forward. Shereen?
Mr. Chairman, was this already placed?
It's on the warrant, isn't it?
No.
No.
You need
All
to
right.
place it and recommend it.
Move to place, Mr.
Move to
Chairman.
play, okay.
Second.
We have a second. All right. Any discussion? Seeing none. Shereen?
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
Chair says aye. Now we need a motion to recommend.
I move to recommend, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Second. Discussion? Seeing none. Jeff?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
Shereen?
Aye.
Chair says aye. Let's go over to the budget.
All right. So you want to stop sharing that all?
Hello, Michael.
So I have a very long presentation for you, but Alex was clear that I had to do a truncated version of it. So I'm only going to put up a handful of slides. And so I'm going to jump to, because this is just, you have seen a lot of this information the last time we presented to you. The budget at the moment, I don't think the budget itself hasn't changed that much since we last presented. So it's just under 3% increase. All the same things we presented last time are still applying. Really, the change has been in the assessments. So in our process, we calculate that budget. We then take out the general fund and state aid, which we did see an increase in that this year. And then we calculate each town's share of what's remaining after that revenue. So we've talked about, so we've all gone through this already, but we're looking at, there's 2 assessment methodologies. And so the way your town meeting votes will work is we're still presenting both sets of figures from each methodology. So you have the current methodology, which is, the process we've been using since the beginning, and then the proposed methodology. Again, I won't go through it in detail, but essentially each town is assessed the cost of its own elementary school. So, and the reason that the numbers have changed a little bit and are not quite as we thought they would end up is that we saw from FY22 to FY23, we saw the foundation enrollment of Chatham stay fairly level. And so and these 2 charts show the required minimum contribution, which is a number the state sets, and the foundation enrollment, and these numbers are closely related. And you can see that on the left, the Chatham chart, so the orange bar chart is the required minimum contribution, and you can see that actually went up significantly from FY22 into FY23 as set by the state, and that's because that foundation enrollment, the blue line, stayed fairly level, whereas Harwich's blue line, if you look up on the right, it fell not sharply, but continued to kind of fall from FY22-23. So that change is kind of what threw out a lot of throughout some of our previous estimates. All right, so I've got just 2 slides left, just to show the assessment methodology. So this one in blue is the assessment using the current method. You can see that Harwich's minimum contribution went up 380,000, whereas Chatham's went up 435. So that's just that number I was showing you earlier. So as a percentage, that's a much bigger increase. And then the operating assessment beyond minimum contribution actually went down slightly. Transportation went down. That was because of an increase in transportation aid that we had, both transportation aid that we're expecting to get from the state through the cherry sheet, and also money that we had left over from previous transportation aid. Capital's gone down. That's largely, though, because we've kind of, what we previously called capital is actually really operating, so that's now in the operating budget. And really the 2 capital things in there are the Chatham roof feasibility study and the middle school, a portion of the middle school roof feasibility study. And debt is down just because that's the schedule of payments to debt on the high school. The schedule of payments over the life of the debt goes down each year. So, yeah, so the current assessment method, so those are numbers we've not seen in a few years for Chatham, so that's a 2.9% increase just using the current methodology. And then if we go to the next slide, so this is the proposed methodology, and so you see, at the bottom line, so the first 2 numbers are the ones that change here, the next 3 are the same, except that the capital now is all the Chatham now has, town of Chatham has all of the roof feasibility study for the Chatham Elementary School. So, but that total increase, so now you see under operating assessment beyond minimum contribution, Chatham has a much bigger portion of that, and that's what's driving a total increase of 11.6%. And that's it. So that's where we currently are. So when we have another vote on this budget on Thursday at the school committee, and we'll be reviewing the feedback we got from the Harwich Select Board, and before we submit a final budget to them for approval.
So Michael and I will be meeting with our finance subgroup from the school committee tomorrow to discuss the Harwich Selectmen's feedback, which I've heard before, which is I'm supposed to sharpen my pencil. So we will be sharpening our pencils and having a conversation with our select board. So it potentially means we might see things go down a little bit. We just have to talk through some ideas. But at the end of the day, I also want to make sure that we're not compromising a quality education program.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that because it's been in the paper anyway.
Yeah.
So, Dean, yeah.
Yeah, and just to reiterate and be illustrative, I'm looking at this slide.
Yep.
The very last number, and $988,000, $989,000 more for Chatham, 11.6%. But you have to go back to the prior slide, right? And look
Yeah.
at the comparable number, which was about 250.
Yep.
And you subtract that.
Yep.
That's going to go up. It would go up 250 anyway. So in order
Yes.
to support the elementary school
Yeah.
idea, it's 988 minus the 250, and that's
Yep.
where you get your 740.
Yep.
Correct.
Exactly.
Okay.
And just as we've shared with Harwich, that the fiscal relief is sort of, it's a one-time, and that, so you'll see, they'll see their number, their percent
Yeah.
come down substantially in 1 year, and then track up from that. For Chatham, this percent increase is large in this 1 year, but it will track.
It'll be baked
Yeah.
into the
Right.
process, so whatever happens next
Right,
year.
it'll track less.
It'll not be another 740.
Exactly.
It will be whatever the
Exactly,
numbers
yeah. It'll be back to
produce.
similar increases that we
Okay.
saw before.
Thank you.
This change, percentage increases.
Any other comments?
I do have one.
Okay.
The only nit I kind of have with the budget, I think it is what it is, and I understand it, I support it, but I kind of wish the school committee had got a recommendation to do something with the Chatham Elementary School roof prior to the change. I think you could have addressed a feasibility study, baked it in a couple of years ago, and maybe done it or whatever, but that's the only nit I have. I understand it. We want to support the elementary school, and here we go. Certainly supportive.
And I understand that, and I would just also remind people that in the last decade, we also haven't done any
anything
major
to Harwich.
overhauls at Harwich Elementary either, so.
Scott, I knew you were going to say that.
But I
It's
do
a familiar
understand your
retort.
position.
Well, I couldn't help myself. You understand?
Yeah, we've heard that before. Okay, any other comments? All right, we need a motion.
Move to place this article on the warrant.
That's a second.
Second, any discussion? Seeing none, Shereen?
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
Chair says aye. Now we need a motion to recommend the FY 2023 Monomoy Regional School District operating budget overview, budget at $9,513,587.
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
second discussion. Jeff?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
Shereen?
Aye.
Chair says aye. Thank you very much, Scott
Thank
and
you.
Mike.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. All right, next up is our Eldridge Garage property, and Katie tonight? Yep, okay. Welcome, Katie.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes?
All right, great. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Also with me tonight is Kurt Raber from Catalyst Architects, who you have met before. Kurt will be sharing his screen with some rendition of the new proposed structure. So just a little bit of background. As you recall, the select board created the Eldridge Garage Property Planning Committee once the property bought the town in 2017 to make recommendations to the select board on what should be done with the site. And the Eldridge Garage Planning Committee came back with a list of recommendations, the first of which was to restore the building if possible, but a minimum to replicate it. They wanted to see restrooms in a lobby area with electric device charging stations, as well as a parking area with electric vehicle charging stations, a bicycle rack, a bicycle repair kit, among other suggestions as well. So then, if you'll recall, I believe it was 2019, staff approached the board for an article to request that we go out to bid for construction, permitting, and design. And so that article was approved in the 2019 annual town meeting. And we, at that point in time, put out an RFP and hired Catalyst Architects, who is working with Coastal Engineering, as well as Jay Olmsted as the design team. So we were last before you back in October with a design that talked about, the idea of whether or not there would be two restrooms, would there be 3 restrooms, the design of the building. And the board had suggested that we reach out to the Historic Business District Commission at that time, based on the fact that they will have to approve the overall design of the building and the design of the site plan. So we did that on November 17th. We had an informal discussion with the Historic Business District Commission, and we talked about such things as restoring the building versus replicating, and then potentially moving the building forward. So this design, and the Historic Business District Commission was in favor of replicating the building and building a new building and replicating the old. And so this proposal puts that forth so again, it would be a new building. It'll be set forth on the property a little bit towards the front. And as you can see there, we're proposing to either find the existing or the original sign for the Eldridge Garage property, or at least replicate the old sign if we can't find the original sign. So the other things I wanted to mention is that we do need to go back to the HBDC for full approval, and we will also need approval from the planning board for site plan. So this proposal does show an estimated budget, and the budget is, the estimated cost of the project overall is $1,495,555. And we are proposing that that be from free cash. And as you'll recall, we have had conversations with a potential donor from that area of town who would like to donate funds to the town for the construction of the property. We do not have a donation agreement in place as of yet. That will take place once the final site plan is approved by the HBDC. So we do not have the details of that donation agreement in place as of yet. But moving forward, we thought it would be beneficial to, since we did have the cost estimates, that we would like to put this before town meeting and then continue on with our permitting. So I'm available to answer questions, as is Kurt Raber from Catalyst Architects.
Thank you, Katie. Shireen and Dean were on the working group committee. I'll turn to them first, but just one question. When you went to the HBDC, it was sort of an advisory kind of a meeting or discussion? Anything?
Yes, it was a pre-application conference. And so it was to get information from them about what they would be what they would be willing to approve, and so that we could go back with further design. And then we'll go back to them with again, for full approval.
Okay, thank you, Katie. Shireen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So as you had mentioned, Select Board Member Nicastro and I were sort of working on, sitting on a somewhat subcommittee to sort of go through a lot of this. But initially, we were part of the Eldridge Garage Working Committee that started way back, I don't even know when, Dean, 2018 or something, way before, which was facilitated with stakeholders that weighed in on the project and made these recommendations that this property become a parking place with somewhat of a transportation hub involved. And so through a couple of iterations, the designers have come up with this proposal, and I think it's working. I think it does. It works very well to move the building forward. There were some issues around the building itself, and so replicating it rather than renovate it was more cost-effective and easier for the construction compliances that have to be done. The idea that this is, the inside has the 2 bathrooms and has, it becomes almost like another Chamber of Commerce visitor center for Chatham, but it's going to be a great hub for charging and for getting to the beach and it's just an enhancement to the village, and I think that the neighbors are going to be very pleased with the outcome.
Thank you, Shereen and Dean.
Thank you, Peter. And just adding on to what Shereen was saying, and we should keep in mind that the property includes the parking area as well as the area in the back, which is to be pristine. And I wanted to ask Katie a couple of questions because I know that you've had some conversations with the donor. And the restrooms are what bumps up the cost significantly. There are two. My understanding is that, I guess I first want to ask, do we have a rough idea if you were to take the restrooms out, how much would the bottom line be?
Kurt, is that something that you could answer?
You're muted.
Kurt, you're muted.
Sorry. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yep, welcome.
Yes.
Oh, great. I think if we were just to build a shell building without plumbing, including the water service, hot water, ventilation, and that we probably could take 150 to 200 out of it. But the probably a little lower to between 100 and 150 if you just kind of built an empty shell
Without any
with
restrooms?
no plumbing.
Okay. I thought we would save more. My understanding, Katie, and if there are confidential discussions that you can't get into, that's fine, but my understanding is that the potential donor wishes to have restrooms in the building.
That is correct. Yes.
So there is a serious, is it fair to say there's a serious possibility that this $1.4 million, $1.5 million cost could be underwritten completely by the donor?
I would caution to say completely, but I think perhaps significant would be
Okay.
a better way to go. The donor would like to see some historic features placed on the building to look more like an old gas station. And so we've been having those discussions. And again, that's why the final donation agreement will not take place until after the HBDC meeting when where they would potentially approve all of those features. And so again, we're happy to come back to the select board as well with the final design before seeking approval from the HBDC. But again, that's where part of the interest comes from. So I can't speak to the exact numbers, but I do know that that is the desire of the potential donor.
The donor has a substantial interest in, or desire to see a historic gas station there.
Yes.
The town has, I think, this board has a substantial interest in seeing something like the original Eldridge Garage gas station there. And we've been told by our consultants that restoration just doesn't work. You would get very little to be able to save of the existing building. And the prospective donor, let me just rephrase that. There is a substantial possibility that a very large piece of this cost could be underwritten by a prospective donor who happens to own property in the town of Chatham. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, will the final design and the HBDC approvals be obtained before town meeting in May?
That is our intent. Our intent is to hope to get before them for their first meeting in May, if possible. Again, based on the final plans being available, we're looking to be
How about
to have.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying we're looking to file those plans prior to the deadline for their first meeting in May, if possible.
How about the donation agreement? Would that be in place before town meeting?
I can't say. I can, again, based on whether or not the HBDC, actually, whether or not they approved this in one meeting. So again, I would be, it would be difficult for me to say whether or not the donation agreement would be in place at that point in time.
If it's not,
But we,
if it's not in place, what would the prospect be for dealing with this article at town meeting? Would we delay it till for a first fall town meeting? Is that the possibility? I'm concerned that because there might be some uncertainty at that point in May, that the article could go down to defeat, and I would not want to see that happen.
Sure, and I fully understand where you're coming from. The concerns that I would have about perhaps pushing this to a fall town meeting would just be the escalation costs.
Sure.
For the construction in the future, not to mention delaying, but to potentially out for another construction season. So that was the reasoning for us trying to get before May town meeting. However, I do understand the concerns about whether or not the donation agreement would be in place. And I think I would have to leave it up to the board. The construction or the renovation of this property was, I believe it is a goal of this board.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think I would have to leave it up to the board about whether or not, that the costs are something that, if the donation were not to occur, would the board still be willing to support the project as it is, or as it's proposed? And I think that that's, something to consider. I have not had any negative conversations with the potential donor, so I do feel that there will be some donation coming forth. But again, without something in writing, I hesitate to commit fully to something like that.
Well, this project has been in process for a long period of time. We had some delays because of COVID, as with everything else. As Shireen said, a lot of people put a lot of effort into this. And I think we're moving in the right direction. We obviously can't predict, but I'm inclined to support placing this on the warrant and recommending it to town meeting and let town meeting decide in May. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Castro. Any other comments? Jeff, go ahead. I have a couple.
Yeah, and I would agree with Selectman Castro and Selectman Davis. I like it because of the way it's going to tie into the overall kind of transportation plans that we have cooking as well. It's going to be a critical way station in either a shuttle and/or they're going to be shuttling, I hope, folks to the lighthouse and perhaps to the fish pier. But should we have a shuttle doing a loop, this would be a stop. And I just think it's it's an important cog in our transportation plan. So I would support it from that perspective as well, and I think it's an important perspective. The bathrooms or restrooms, I should say, if it's only 150K or even if it's 200K, I think 150 may be a little low. Even if it's 200K, that doesn't bother me. We can never have enough public restrooms in town. Now, one might argue these are very expensive parking spaces, seeing as how we paid $2.5 million for the property and could contemplate another 1.5. But we also have a pretty neat piece of land in back that's kind of a quiet place that folks can go as well. I think it's really neat. It has a charging station. I think it's looking forward to the future. So I'm going to vote to place and to recommend as well for those reasons.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff. And you just stole my thunder in a way. I too agree. I'll just go back a number of years when your work, Shireen and Dean, were on the working group and the planning board. We brought forth our recommendations at the time, and it was very similar to this, especially for a parking area and especially for the open space in the rear. This building and the 2 bathrooms is something that is going on. We've had discussions on this from a very large bathroom facility mainly to this, which includes 2 bathrooms and so forth. And I make the argument that in that part of town, you need a couple of bathrooms. And I understand where, some of the criticism can come forth because restaurants have them, but you can't use restaurants a lot if you're not eating in there, and that's perfectly legal for them. And so that area can use a couple of bathrooms. So I'm supportive of it. Any other comments? No? Okay, we need a motion to place.
I move to place this article on the 2022 annual town meeting warrant to reaffirm the town. I got the message. I don't know which one I'm doing here.
think
Oh,
there's a-
yeah.
I think there's
Next
a new
one.
version.
Yeah, I move to place the article on the 2022 annual town meeting warrant.
Second.
Second, any discussion? Okay, let's take a vote. Jeff?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
Shereen?
Aye.
Chair says aye. Now we need a motion to
Mr.
recommend.
Mr. Chair, I move to recommend this article.
Second.
Second, discussion? Seeing none. Shereen?
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
Chair says aye. Thank you, Katie.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Okay. Now is our special revenue and allocation fund up. We agreed to up the, our local room tax by 2%. Now what do we want to do with it? So, Alex?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, as you recall, the board did vote to recommend to town meeting an increase in the local room occupancy tax from 4% to 6%. And there was discussion at that meeting on whether or not the funds should be segregated, that increase in funds should be segregated to a special revenue fund, either all or a portion of that additional 2%. So in your packet tonight, I've included the chart that you had seen previously. It shows the amount over the past 5 years, what that additional 2% would mean. Currently, for the current fiscal year, FY 2022, that's $1.6 million, would equate to 2% of the additional revenue. During your discussions, you had suggested, I think I heard at least one board member decide whether it should go to affordable attainable housing. There's been discussion in the past whether that should go towards OPEB, Benefit Trust Fund, wastewater, Chatham Elementary School, and/or pre-K program. Those are some of the items that I've listed, as I think those are some of the priorities that the board has either now or in the past talked about as priority for these funds. And if it does not go to a special revenue fund, it does close to free cash, which then can be once certified used for any legal purpose at annual town meeting. Just a note for the public, and it's included in your packet, that the Finance Committee voted to recommend the increase by a vote of 2 in favor, 4 opposed, and most of the opposition was due to the fact that these funds were not segregated to a special revenue fund or for a special purpose. And I think as you know, the Finance Committee is very supportive both of affordable attainable housing and the Chatham Elementary School and pre-K program. So I leave this open for the discussion tonight, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Hey, yeah, before I open it to the board, Alex, the $1.6 million, is that for only a half a year? Or am I not reading it?
That's correct. That's for half a year. However, those are the 2 highest quarters. We get our most revenue in September and in December. The revenue that will come in at the end of this month will be much lower, as will the revenue that comes in at the end of June. So
Yeah.
that's the bulk of the revenue that we get from the room occupancy tax.
Okay, so it's somewhere upwards of 1.6 million, but less than 2 million?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the board? Start. Shereen.
So I'm not sure where I'm going to land on this, but I do want to say that I want this to be prioritized to what is part of our goals and objectives and what we're actually dealing with the most critical here in town. And I think it's the community sustainability piece. And I mean, even though I said I wouldn't really decide, but I'm going back and forth in my head. But I'd like to see if we just do the 2 pieces, the affordable housing, attainable housing, and the Chatham Elementary and pre-K. I don't know which percent of that, those 2%, the 2% should go to which, but we're really having a sustainability issue in this community, and these are the 2 things that we can support and wrap our heads around. We've been doing really good work, and we can continue it with funding. And enhancements here. So,
Okay, thank you. Corey and Dean, then then Jeff. Sorry, Jeff.
Well, kind of in the same.
Go ahead. That's the way the hands went up. That's fine. Corey.
All right, No. I share the sentiments of my colleague over here. I definitely would. Affordable and attainable housing definitely seems to be the most obvious pocket to put the funds into. And I just have, with the Chatham Elementary School question, and this is more of a question, I guess, very, very much support the elementary school and pre-K. And at the previous presentation, it looks like the hit to the Chatham taxpayers is going to be larger this year, but then kind of like evening out moving forward a little bit. So we will have a 1 year kind of big investment, but moving forward, we're going to have a more manageable number moving forward. So I'm not, I guess where I'm trying to wrap my head in, would it be a 1-to-1 split, or would it be like a 1.5 to 0.5% split? I'm just trying to justify the numbers is where I'm going with. I think both are very viable. I just like to come up with a better understanding of how to prioritize that 2%. And I'm just questioning, just throwing up for discussion, if a 1.5, 0.5% between the two would fit our needs into making a dent into these goals and be the best funding path to take. And I just put that up for discussion, basically. So, but those two items I definitely agree with. OPEB, I got other funding sources with, and wastewater, we're dealing with that very well right now. So, but the housing and the schools are definitely worth merit. So,
Thank you, Corey. Dean?
Yeah, I mean, I originally suggested 1% for housing, affordable and attainable, 0.5% for education, 0.5% to the general fund, but I'm inclined now to drop the general fund and take a portion for education and a portion for housing. And I come down with 1% here and 1% there because, for this reason, because we just heard that we're going to have a new baseline, as Corey just said, for the school budget going forward. But that baseline is always going to be $740,000 or whatever it might be in a given year, baked in there. So that cost is there. Alex is showing that for 2 quarters, the two biggest quarters, we're getting $1.6 million out of this 2% additional. So you take $800,000, that's going to cover that elementary school piece going forward. So I'd be inclined to support 1% and 1%. And Alex, I have a question for you. We talked about this the other day. It's easy to set up a fund, I guess, for affordable housing, attainable housing. What would you do? And if whatever the board decides on the number, if we wanted to set a piece of this to the Chatham Elementary School, what would you do? Set up a special fund for that? How does that work?
Yeah, we would set up a receipts reserve for appropriation account, similar to some of the other accounts that we have. And then when we vote the regional school district budget, we would transfer money from that receipts reserve for appropriation account to fund, say for this FY 2023, would be $739,000 from that account to offset the amount that's raised through the tax levy.
Would we have to do the same for the affordable attainable housing piece too?
Yes, we could do that too, and that would be for any specific projects, again, and that could be for attainable housing, not restricted to just affordable housing.
Yeah. And would the setting up of those two reserve for appropriation, reserve for, would you call them reserve for appropriation, would those require a vote of town meeting?
Yes,
to
that's
set
a
it up?
transfer from those into the article to funding.
So we would have to include that in this article, in an article that we're going to place on the warrant. Okay, those are my thoughts anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. Jeff?
Yeah, I would, I'm in agreement with certainly the two buckets, the two elementary school pre-K and affordable housing. I would lean more towards affordable housing because I think we have a greater need there. But I like the notion of, we just saw an ask of, it's probably about $750K to fund the increment in our elementary school budget, and boy, $800K does resonate with me in terms of kind of covering it. So I would be supportive of the 1% and the 1%. I could support that as well. It's addressing both of our extremely high priorities as a board, and we've been very consistent with that messaging, and so I would certainly support that.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. I have a question for Alex again. You said affordable and attainable. Can that be one trust with both of those in there? Considering that, affordable has certain rules that are associated with it, and attainable, that's something that do we have to have well, we would, I would think, have deed restrictions, but how would we set that one up?
I envision this as a receipts reserved for appropriation account, not a trust fund, until the Affordable Attainable Housing Trust Fund is approved at the legislature. So this would be a separate account, a special revenue account for attainable/affordable housing. Again, needs a vote at town meeting for approval.
Okay, yeah, I could.
Expenditure.
Yeah, thanks. Just a little philosophy. When you first hear it, and if I was Alex, and she's very nice at trying to make us look at the financial part of it, and I agree. Free cash, we have a lot more flexibility. You can put it where you need it as things change, and free cash is something that still has to go to town meeting. It's not a slush fund. It has to go to town meeting for approval. Now, having said that, especially with things like affordable housing, we're judged at different levels based upon how we're moving ahead with affordable housing and whether or not we can get grants and and other issues that are associated with affordable housing. So having a fund specifically identified for affordable housing, to me, makes sense. The education, I was kind of leaning the same way Dean was at first with 0.5%, and then you put a little into free cash. I know I think I'm going to be wrong, but if we have capital improvements needed to the school, we can't use this fund for it, or can we? Because we're going to have a bunch of capital, we're going to have a roof coming up here shortly, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
We can use it.
Yes, because again, it would be voted by town meeting either for the capital improvements or for the operating improvements for the Chatham Elementary School.
Yeah, good. Then I'd move to 1 and 1. I think we should split the 2% between housing and the school. Any other comments, questions?
I'll offer a motion. Mr. Chairman, I move that we place on the warrant an article that allocates the proposed increase of 2 percentage points in the hotel, motel, or room occupancy tax, with 1% being allocated for affordable and attainable housing, and 1% being allocated for the Chatham Elementary School, with the monies going into an account. Say that again. What is it, Alex? Give me the magic words.
Receipts reserved for appropriation.
So these percentage amounts would go into that type of account. I guess that's the article.
That's the place, right? And we need a second. Second, okay. Any further discussion? None. Shereen?
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
Chair says aye. Now we recommend.
Move to recommend.
Second.
Discussion? Seeing none, I'll start Diane. Jeff?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
Shereen?
Aye.
And the chair says aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I know we can't go back to the Finance Committee for another vote, but
Mr. Chair, if I
Yeah.
might, in the explanation, we'll explain it in the warrant, and I'm sure they will explain it on town meeting floor.
thank you. Okay. Yes.
Can I ask a question? I neglected to ask Katie on the prior item on the Eldridge Garage. The explanation that's in the warrant, I don't think makes any mention of the prospective or possible donation. Can that, it is stated in the cover memo that we got. Can something like that, can you just, Jill, explore whether that could be inserted for the benefit of the information of the town meeting voters?
Yeah, I certainly will. And we had it in the motion that it could be offset.
Yeah.
But in case it doesn't come through, I mean, with the warrant going into print this week, there's
Yeah.
a lot of time in between when it is posted and when it's received by the voters, but we can certainly look into it.
Yeah, just examine that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dean. Okay, next is our, next, we don't have any placeholder articles. We go on to petitioned articles, our citizens petition articles. Next one up is 776 Main Street, 70 Depot Road. Is Mr. Farr, hey, Peter, are you on? I don't see him, do you? Anyone to speak to this besides Mr. Farber? Okay, we'll keep it in-house. Any discussion? This is, just the motion is to the acquisition of the 77-6 Main Street, which is shown on the assessor's map 14E as parcel 37-56.1. And the request, the petition articles say, buy it. Let me just put it simply. Any comments? Dean?
Mr. Chairman, we had a fairly thorough conversation with the petitioner a month or so ago, and we intentionally didn't take a vote to allow for the opportunity to get additional information. I haven't seen anything more come forward. We have to close the warrant tonight, and you know, I feel that, as we said earlier, someone bought this property through a bidding process, a private bidding process. From every indication, they won it fairly and squarely. They've been before the various boards of this town in terms of the development that they would like to accomplish there, including their stated intention, which I have no reason to dispute, to return theatrical activity to the premises. And I think we should just let that process go forward. I'm not in favor of taking this property by eminent domain, which is one of the concepts recited in the petition. We have a current project that's privately undertaken by former personnel of the Friends of the Monomoy Theater to produce 2 Shakespeare plays in Kate Gould Park this summer. So I'd rather not muddy up the waters. I think we should just, I appreciate the motivation that Mr. Farber expressed and his desire to bring live theater back of that type that we had before on that premises, but I just don't think this is the right way to go about it, and so I'm going to, it's a petition article, it's on the warrant, I'm going to vote no, and I'll move to recommend so that we can dispose of this right now.
Second.
Second, okay. Discussion, Corey?
No, I was just going to make some simple comments. I know I wasn't here back in February when you guys discussed this, and had Mr. Farber do the presentation, but it's really simple to me. Property is not for sale, so we're not going to buy it. I do not think the present owner is going to gift it to the town, and I do not support eminent domain, because with the current rise in residential property, which is probably the highest and best use in that property, it's going to be a very expensive piece of property to tackle from that path. So, in good spirit of you know what we should do for the town, I respect the position of the people who have submitted the petition, but I can't support this.
Thank you. Any others? I would just say that, you know, I agree, and that was my point. It's not for sale. Going to eminent domain is going to cost us plenty, if not a lawsuit. Unfortunately, the number of people that signed that petition, I have a lot of respect for. You know, so I understand where you're coming from. I love the theater there, but this is, to me, it's not a right way to go. Jeff?
Yeah, thanks, Peter. Yeah, I understand the spirit of the petitioners. It's just, the spirit is probably ill-placed at this point, so I will not vote to support it either.
Okay, so it's placed already, so we need a motion to recommend.
It was been moved and seconded.
Moved and seconded, okay. Any other further discussion? Okay, Jeff?
No.
Dean?
No.
Corey?
Nay.
Shereen?
No.
And the chair says no. Okay, getting down to our last two. Next one up is our displacement airport runway, I wish they wouldn't put pound, 06 and 24. Thresholds moved 800 feet at the end, I understand. Mr. Gagan is going to speak. And then Mr. Fulton will probably be on the next one. Okay. Welcome, Tom.
Hi, Peter. I passed out some time ago packets for distribution to each of the board members. Do they have them?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm here tonight to represent a group of individuals, and I'd like to thank the chair for allowing me to speak to the warrant article repositioning the runway protection zone thresholds at the Chatham Airport. I have to start with a disclaimer in that at this meeting I speak in support of the RPZ citizen petition to retract the runway landing displacement by 800 feet at the runway ends. There's a diagram, if you look at the last page of what you have, to kind of visualize what is being discussed. And I would ask if any of the board members need any explanation of that.
I don't think so. We're pretty familiar with this.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Any comments made here tonight by me are made without any representation of the planning board or its members. I speak only as a citizen of Chatham. We believe that our citizen's petition is a compromise, a truly democratic answer to the troubling concerns of the airport's need to control their future safety of the citizens of Chatham, while also addressing specific concerns in the present RPZs, which now include private properties, housing people and businesses. The citizen's petition addresses these serious issues for all of the Chatham citizens. Airplanes can move only in one direction at a given time, with takeoffs more dangerous than landing. Therefore, this petition for a proposed bylaw change will answer issues for our airport that have been in existence for several decades. These changes will make many of our residents considerably safer. There was a lot of discussion when the pilot spoke here tonight, and I would just point out that that is a subset of people that use the airport, and I'm sure that they're concerned about their safety, the safety of their ability to land at the airport or any airport, and also the safety of its passengers. This citizen's petition speaks on a broader vein, and that is that there are other people who need to be considered for safety issues. These changes will make many of the residents considerably safer. I already said that in all. This is an important consideration for the town select board to determine what the airport was originally designed for and to accommodate what it is now evolved into. The issue has finally been recognized in recent discussions. Now there is considerable public awareness of the safety concerns at our airport and changes to accommodate the larger planes with more power, speed, and passengers. And airplane weight, the weight of these airplanes coming in as they get larger, of course, weigh more, and that's a potential for more damage. If we do not now take corrective action for the RPZ's location, the town will face major legal issues from the FAA, and in particular, ethical and moral issues, which will give cause to question the current RPZ's layout by the Airport Commission. It can be designed to allow for safe landings on a runway landing area of 2,200 feet. There are other airports in the area, or certainly there's one in Connecticut that has a 2,200 foot runway. And as you know, the present runway will remain at 3,001 foot. One of the concerns that I heard tonight from the pilots is that we were taking away parts of the runway. And I think what they meant was physically removing part of the runways. We are not suggesting that. That runway, as present condition, will stay at 3,001 foot. What will happen is addressed by this article. Here is the warrant article solution. We are proposing an article to displace the runway thresholds, not the runway, but the thresholds, by 800 feet and moving them onto the airport property in order to minimize the dangers to our citizens living, working, and traveling on Route 28 in West Chatham corridor, and people traveling to the beaches and shopping on Main Street. The FAA recommends in their statement of the 550 runway protection zone that the first and safest method to ensure an airport's maximum control for the protection of people and property on the ground is for RPZs to be located on the airport property. Also, the FAA Advisory Circular 150/5300-13, which states this as the duty of the Airport Commissioner's ownership policy. In the 800-foot reduction of the runway threshold for landing, only would reduce landing area length to 2,200 feet. All landings would be forced to land further down the runway by 800 feet from the physical end. This reduces the inherent risk of planes undershooting. And we know what that means, that they come in at an angle and they need that extra runway. The runway into the RPZ zone displacing the thresholds would only reduce safety if an aircraft that are only marginally safe for the pilots and the people on the ground today continue to use the airport, that would not have happened for the following reasons. The displacement thresholds would be recognized by the FAA so that the pilots of those aircrafts would, under FAA rules, be excluded from landing. If they did, we believe they could lose their pilot's license. Most pilots do not want to risk themselves, their passengers, or their licenses. Conversely, the takeoff from the runway differs from the landing procedures. Upon takeoff, planes start at the takeoff run from the physical end of the runway, and the entire length of the runway remains available for this process. This will allow for the margins of error for stopping due to an aborted takeoff. Most accidents at an airport are in leaving the airport, not necessarily in arriving. So the takeoff and allow for a safer stopping distance due to the engine failure that reduces the danger associated with overshooting the runway. There are considerable major issues to be addressed by the location of the current RPZ. The size of the turboprops, which our airport has not been designed for, create an intensive noise factor which is not heard by smaller aircraft on landing or at speeds issued for takeoff and landing larger planes. There are social issues with living in the RPZ, with constant noise and extremely low-flying airplanes. This activity would be documented as a stress, cause for distress, and worry and health. The Select Board needs to address these concerns as they act for and support the entire Chatham community. Our bylaw addresses and addressed and defined in this article will not preempt any known federal law or FAA regulation. Our rationale for the bylaw solely deals with the safety of our town land and its uses. Our town land is exclusively under, excuse me, it was here, exclusively under local control. Mr. Fulton, who is here tonight, is prepared, if the board wishes, to address the legal precedents to support this research. As stated, the intent of this proposed bylaw would be dramatically altered if the present unsafe, unhealthy conditions created by the RPZ as it stands. The new location of the RPZ would serve to minimize the town's exposure to liabilities for having allowed development in the current RPZ zones area. As stated by town council at the March 15th meeting, in quotes, at some point in time, the town is going to have to do something, meaning to address the issues of compatibility, land use in the RPZs. The grant assurances say, and we quote, "The town as sponsor shall not give up its rights to power, authority to own the airport. You must now revise your attitudes towards the airport because you bear an ethical and moral imperative to do this with the best practices." And of course, the best practices are for the safety of the airport and the people in and around the airport. For all of our citizens in the town of Chatham, we asked you to base your approval for this bylaw on the obvious safety and health concerns that are correct, imperative things for the town's welfare. Keep Chatham the quaint former fishing village that we have all come to enjoy, live, play, vacation, and keep these attitudes for as much as we can for favorably a long period of time. The town is changing. Everything changes in life, and the airport is changing. So if we can have a compromise between its needs and the citizens of Chatham's needs, that's what we're trying to accomplish. Do not base any of your speculation about the legal judgments which might be made by those entities or rulings not made to date. We've heard a lot of speculation about what the laws are and what we can and can't do at the airport. The importance of this article suggests it to be placed early in the order of the warrant articles for presentation at the town meeting. I wish to thank you and ask for your support for this article. Tom Gagan.
Hey, thank you, Tom. Let's see how we start. We have two articles. We heard that there's, let me start with this. We have written statements by our town council, and we have special councils that have weighed in. We've also had we have minutes or comments by FAA on other areas that basically say this is illegal. Federal law preempts what is being said here. Now, I know Mr. Fulton would probably love to get up and give me a counter to that. But I don't know if we want to, I just want to put that on the table now because it's in our packet. You know, and I don't know whether you saw it or not, but I'd like to talk to there's a lot of information here, and I have a real problem with some of it. And you know where I'm coming from. But could do me a favor, guys, put up the petition article, because I want to ask you a couple of questions, and I want to talk about safety before I start. And I'm sorry I'm running first. Normally I let it go to the board, but I just want to ask a couple of questions. That picture on the bottom, what's that supposed to represent?
That's supposed to represent the change in the angle of which a plane is approaching. And because the runway area is displaced by 800 feet, it would come in at a different angle. And the angle, I'm sorry?
Why is there a tree there?
Because there's another article that talks about cutting a lot of trees.
But those are cutting trees that go into, not the RPZ, but a approach zone, which is above an RPZ. So you remove the RPZ, we still have trees that have to be cut down
The
if you're going to come to
present
it.
RPZ.
No. No, that is not, in my humble opinion, not true. We've said, I've heard that I don't know how many times, and we've had either legal counsel, and I know you guys have a problem with the airport commission, but the RPZ is a reference to what is on the ground. Yeah, it says vegetation and so forth, but there's an approach coming in, it has a safety zone above it, you put trees or anything, obstruction in the way, it's a problem. But never mind about that. What you're saying is going to be safer for the people. It's not the RPZ itself that is the problem. It is not dangerous. Whoa. It's not dangerous. It's a bylaw that puts out an area that says, in this area, you have a higher risk of getting hurt by an airplane that crashes than you do if you're outside the RPC. All right? I heard you guys talk about this at the planning board. You made the comment that almost similar airplanes are going to be able to land. I know that everybody's trying to get rid of the Pilatus, but the Pilatus can land, given whatever weight it is, in 2,200 feet. It's not in other places. But it's going to be, that would be a little more tricky. But it's a turboprop. It's an engine with a turbo. It's not a jet. All it does is put air into a cylinder, turns everything hotter, and the prop turns more, and have different prop designs. So that's one area. You want to restrict that because potentially it's noisier. It's going to be noisier coming into a smaller airport. But here's my point.
The airport
you show a 3-degree, what is that? 3-degree descent. I guess that's what your descent is. An airplane is in 3 dimensions, right? I'm going to use my hands. I'm sorry. I'm in the military. You have a 3-degree descent. You're descending with the nose down, and you're coming like that. A 3-degree descent equates to almost a 6% decrease. And there's a way of calling it, but we'll not use that. You show those 2 lines. If you land at the end of the runway, and you land 800 feet apart, and you use your 3 degrees, right? What's the margin of safety over the RPZ, the difference of height?
Which RPZ? The
one
present
that
one?
No, right now, you're saying you got a triangle down there. That's the RPZ. Here, let me give you a number. You come over Route 28. I've asked pilots, what do you come in at? Where are you? How high are you? Somewhere between 100 and 200, they say. One guy says about 130 feet AGL, above ground level, right? All right? You get rid of the RPZ and you're saying, okay, the airplanes have to come in higher because they're going to land farther, right? How much higher are they going to be when they come over Route 28?
I don't have the number.
It's a triangle.
Right.
It's a right triangle. You can figure that out, but it's not exact. And it could be anywhere from 40 to 50 or 60 feet, right? An airplane is traveling and it's landing at touchdown. A 172 used to land around 70 miles an hour. Let's say 60. It makes the numbers easy. That's 100 feet a second. Okay? It's moving at 100 feet a second, and we give it 40, 50 feet more. You're going to get rid of the RPC so you can develop all that. Airplanes are coming in. How is that safer for the people on the ground? The pilot, who has the greatest incentive to not want to crash, right? The pilot, right? He doesn't want to crash. The people on the ground have to be safe also. But how is it safer if you had 40, 50, even 80 feet above, and an airplane is still coming into the airport, and you're saying we can build under there now? It's not an RPZ. You don't need an RPZ, but it's much safer. I don't get it. If you're flying an airplane into an airport and you're 40 or 50 feet higher and you're going 100, actually you're doing more because airplanes land at anywhere between 70 and 100 miles per hour or nautical miles per hour. And a nautical mile, I'm trying to BS you with numbers, right? But no, 6,080. So what you're doing is you're traveling 100 miles a minute and more, a second rather, and you're saying it's safer for the people on the ground because you're going to be a little bit higher.
And the people that are in the present RPZs will no longer be in the present RPZs. The federal FAA says that the primary goal of an airport is to have the RPZs on their property.
They do.
for-
They do. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry, Tom.
For complete control, because if the RPZs in our warrant article allows for the northernmost RPZ that we're suggesting be completely off public property. The southern RPZ will be mostly off the property. And what will remain is the people who are on the ground, the people who are driving on Route 28, the people who are using the bike area, the bike path. They will not be in an RPZ.
But they're still underneath airplanes coming in. Doesn't stop the airplanes from coming. The RPZ is not the issue. It's the airplanes coming in. The issue is compliance with FAA rules.
Is this current airport in compliance?
Yes, it is.
That's not what I heard.
Well, you don't have to hear it. It's written. And I understand, I've heard someone in 2016, there are because of all of the parachuting, the parachute problems, FAA was deluged by 30, 40 questions from 2 individuals, right? And they finally had it up to here in 2015, and they wrote a comprehensive report. And in that report, and I have it here, but I'm not going to read it to you, but it's here. They said we were in compliance. Now, when was the runway elongated? 2011. That's 5 years after that runway was elongated. They made a decision. An argument I heard by one individual at the meeting is he showed pictures. The ground in 1950 was all barren. 1960, we didn't have much. Put your hand out, please. We went to 70s and 80s. What did the FAA say in the letter, if you look closely enough at it? They came to town. They looked at the zoning. They looked at zoning that was there from 1954 through 2015. They looked at the area around the airport as of 2015. I was here in 2004, and all this was available. And they concluded that we were in compliance. Now, I know there's going to be arguments. Well, they didn't know what they were talking about. They made a decision, and we're in compliance. What are they trying to say to us now? Planning Board and the town of Chatham, which I support, wants to rezone West Chatham. Be careful, because you were in compliance in 2015, but if you change, you may not be, and then you're going to have to argue. By moving the RPZ, who's going to have to, this is the other part of this that I have a real problem with. Who's going to make the decision of moving the RPZ?
FAA.
Yeah, right. We have to go to FAA, and I agree. And there's a way to do that. And that's fine. And if you think this will do it by saying the town manager will take on FAA, with legal counsel, you're putting that. It has been said by our town council that that's illegal. That is not a legal thing that we can get into. If we want to do it as a town, there are other ways to do it. But we better have good reasons to say that if we took what you said here to FAA, I seriously doubt whether we get very far. And if we continued and you put the town manager in that kind of position, who's going to get sued? Town got sued the last time because of parachuting, right? The town, not FAA, but the town. And they lost. And I get it. That doesn't mean I was supportive of everything that was done with the way that parachuting is done. But the issue is, What are you going to do when the planning board or any of the areas on zoning in West Chatham, while we're fighting with FAA, we're fighting with them. We're not trying to be cooperative with them with a bylaw like this. When our town council, special counsel, any aviation council, any council that I've used, and you know, I've done sort of this stuff before, is going to have a problem with FAA. And the argument that, well, the town can do it because you're the town. No, we can't. We could all get together and try to go to FAA, but we're going to have to do it some other way than put a bylaw, in my humble opinion. And I'm sorry to talk too much. You know me. I mean, you know, I'm using my hands too. And I appreciate what you're trying to do, and I understand. But if you take something like this to FAA and say, your first priority is to put it on airport property. It does say that. But in their circular, their own circular, they say they understand the problem. And you have to go to their recommendations. And when they say, you know, when you can't do that, you should either get it by eminent domain, do we want to pay that? Or you rezone. And rezoning, at least in my opinion, is the easiest way to handle it. And that means that 8 acres, you can't develop it anything more and on that 1 acre, but there are homes and businesses there that'll be preemptive, that are pre-existing non-conforming, and they're going to be there as long as you continue to use that. So that's my real concern. You know, you got to make an argument that you're going to make it safer. Airplanes still flying in, they're still flying over. The same type of airplanes, which you said the last time, are still flying over. And you're saying they may be higher. They may not be, as you come into the visual site. So I'm done.
When they land, Peter, on the displaced threshold, the runway is still 3,000 feet long. So in terms of safety, they come in further down the runway, but the runway in terms of overstepping is there.
That's for landing. That's when you're coming down.
Correct.
I'm talking about the risk to people over the area from, let's say, before Route 28, it's 1,000 feet, Route 28, over Job Lot into the area there. You know, that's how much safer is it if they come in a little higher? Anyway.
In takeoff, the
Yeah.
full 3,000 feet is available for takeoff, and that's part of the plan. My question to you is there any evidence that the airport is evolving into a more commercial, more
I
flights?
don't know. In 1960s, we had a commercial airplane here that used to do commercial flights into Boston regularly. 1964 and 1965.
How long was the runway? How long was the runway?
Well, it was shorter, yeah. But they had, but it was still a commercial. You're talking commercial. You can't have it both ways. It was commercial, I understand. And it was a smaller airplane. Although someone mentioned that it was a DC-3. I'm not too sure. I know DC-3s.
I had heard that also.
Yeah, you know those. Yeah, it's as old as, I'm almost as old as they are, but not quite. Is there any, I've heard numbers. I saw the emails that went back and forth that said we're having 500 and some odd number of airplanes landing here that are commercial airplanes. But yet that doesn't jive with what's on the ground. I haven't seen anything more. They're supposed to find it out. But we've had more airplanes fly in here in previous years than they did recently. Although we've had more airplanes this year than we've had in the last 2 years because of COVID. But, you know, the numbers of airplanes generally, and I looked at it last August, you know, generally they're about the same. Are more commercial than not? I don't know. I sat at the end of the runway in someone's house they're right near the end of the runway. And the airplanes were coming over, and they were all small airplanes, and they were noisy. And I feel for them. I really do. But they were small airplanes coming in. They were the single engine, you know, some of them 172s, one of them Mohawks or whatever, you know, and they said, why can't they go over there? I said, because the runway's over there. You know, there's nothing I could help them with. But let me open it up to the board because you may get better questions, and I overdid it. But it just, you know, from my experience, this is really, I understand what you want to do. I have a real tough time with it. Dean, go ahead. I'm sorry. And then Corey. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, this is a pretty straightforward issue on this and on the next petition article. These are petition articles. They have to be on the warrant, and it's for this board to decide tonight what our recommendation is going to be. You've had a substantial discussion, Peter, in your comments on the aviation aspects of it. But we have opinions of two town councils. One is a special counsel that was recently engaged by the Airport Commission with our permission. And he says, after his analysis based on his expertise in aviation law, quote, both these petition articles are inconsistent with federal law. He talks about the grant assurances, the anti-discrimination assurance, which relates to the next petition article, and he talks about grant assurance number 29. We also have an opinion from our town council, whose expertise is in the area of Massachusetts municipal law. And he says that with respect to this particular article, quote, in my opinion, it violates contractual obligations assumed by the town pursuant to Airport Improvement Program grant assurances, Grant Assurance 29. I further believe that such a bylaw could impermissibly encroach upon the executive authority of the Airport Commission as the body charged with custody, care, and management of the airport pursuant to General Laws, Chapter 90, Section 51E. Then he says, with respect to the piece of both these articles, Peter, that you talked about in terms of directing the town manager on how to deal with litigation, he says, it is my opinion that the language in each of the proposed articles which purports to compel the town manager to direct town council or other attorneys acting on behalf of the town to pursue certain legal proceedings to validate and enforce the proposed bylaw is inconsistent with the terms of the Chatham Home Rule Charter as authorized by general law. The clear legislative intent of these charter provisions is to vest in the select board and town manager as the chief executive and administrative officers of the town the exclusive authority to enforce the laws and bylaws governing town affairs as they shall deem necessary or appropriate. Mandating or directing any particular type of legal proceeding or use of legal counsel acting on the town's behalf is thus not a valid legislative function of the town meeting. Now, it was suggested in Mr. Gagan's comments that, you know, these opinions, I think he was talking about them, are speculative. But, you know, I'm going to pay attention to the legal opinions of those attorneys that this Board of Selectmen engages or approves to give us advice, particularly with respect to a consideration on our part of their expertise in the areas that they're talking about. Mr. Mackey has expertise in aviation law. Mr. Costello is an experienced municipal law counsel. Those are the attorneys I'm going to listen to. And I think it's irresponsible to be dismissive of the considered opinions of these types of attorneys that the town is paying for. So I'm going to vote no on this article. I'm going to vote no on the next article, too. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anyone else? Corey, that's right. Sorry.
I just want to make some general comments, if I may. So I've taken a look at this, and I looked at the mechanics of it, looked at the philosophy behind it. I do appreciate you keep reiterating the 3,001 feet structure. Physically will still be there for the landing. We're not looking to get into a fight with FAA. We're looking to have a communication. That's the ultimate goal, and I think that's what a lot of people have wanted surrounding the airport concerns all along. I think it's very dismissive for people to say it's only a small group. I respectfully don't share that opinion. I feel people, it may have started out with a smaller group that had concerns about the airport. It has gotten broader, different backgrounds, different residents, non-residents, business owners. So I think the concerns and interest in CQX and its operations has become broader over the years. So it's not just a small group. So I think we're going to have to, mechanically, I have some concerns over this, and I do defer to our town council's opinions. I don't want to dismiss those so quickly. So that puts me in a bit of a bind, doing my duty. With those two backings, most likely I cannot support it as presented. But I do want to go on record that philosophically, I share what you're trying to get to. The RPZ, current RPZ, has structures, businesses, residents, operations that aren't supposed to be there. But we're never going to go back and tear all that down, so that's not going to happen. So at some point in time, I would assume we're going to have to deal with that with FAA. It's not on airport property, but we're going to have to deal with it at some level. I mean, the FAA is coming through right now and dealing with everything on the airport. I mean, even the minorest things, fisherman storage, not compatible, let's remove them out. They're looking at everything. So to not have a discussion about the RPZs and how they are currently calculated and laid out, it's going to happen sooner or later. So I would rather be proactive and start dealing with it. Frankly, I think this article is going to get support at town meeting, and I'm curious where that's going to leave us to act upon it after that date. I won't vote on it tonight because I do defer to our town council's opinions, and I'm not a legal scholar, and I defer to them for that counsel. But I do hope that this does trigger a conversation that frankly probably needs to happen, should happen, and exactly where it shakes out, I do not know. But I do respect the philosophical position you're putting out there in addressing the RPZ. So.
Mr. Chair, may I make a comment?
Sure, go ahead, Tom.
One of the issues, I'm now talking not for the RPZ, but my own personal observations of what I think is a major part of any compromise between the airport and the citizens, the airport and the pilots, is that as a member of the planning board, I asked the current chair for questions which I thought were relatively simple to answer, and I just feel that I wasn't receiving the answers that I thought made logical sense. So my argument in terms of me personally is the communication between the commission, the airport commission, specifically the chair, are very, very poor at best. And if, as you say, to increase awareness of what's happening at the airport, I would suggest that communication between the commission, the airport commission, and the town or the planning board or any other entity must improve. I think, and I already disclaimed speaking for any other member, but I would guess that the vote that you saw on March 14th was out of confusion for the members of the board, particularly me, I'm speaking for myself, that just didn't feel comfortable that we had vetted the issues of the RPZ correctly or in any debt, that we were being rushed into a decision that we didn't want to make. So for the third time, I'll say the communication is very, very poor between these entities. That needs to be improved. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Shireen, and then Jeff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Communications is a difficulty. We've been trying to address that.
Even in marriage.
Communications has been between the airport and select board over in its history has been, a particular issue, but it's improving, and we've been working it. It's a two-way street with everybody. I think a bit of this speaks to the idea that the Airport Commission's mission statement doesn't mention community in it, and it should work towards that goal. Hoping they do. The confusion that I was hearing tonight was both sides of the table here were saying, on either side of the table, were saying this was a safety issue. Both sides were saying this was a safety issue. The people that opposed the articles and the people that were for the article. Saying that, when I'm going to agree with Dean. We had our municipal attorney and we had an aviation attorney weigh in on this this proposal, this article, and so I'm not going to vote to recommend it.
Mr. Chair, may I respond?
Sure.
I don't have the same view, Shereen, as you have about the ability for the communication between the Airport Commission and any of the boards, particularly the one I sat on, improving. There were multiple, 2 or 3, at least 3 times in which the board asked for the commission, the Airport Commission, to come before us. They didn't. One person. They refused to have more than one, I'm sorry, there was a time when the vice chair was there, but I think it would have been very helpful for the concept of working with one another if 4 or 5, didn't have to be all 7, but if 4 or 5 of the commissioners bothered to come to a public meeting. They didn't. And it's not just once, it was at least 3 times that was asked of, and it was not it wasn't fulfilled at all. That kind of puts a little bit of a, tinge or a taint on how realistic or how communicated the Airport Commission wants to be. That's part of the communication between what I think are the boards and certainly the citizens wanting to know more and not being pushed aside. That's what I felt. I wasn't being talked to respectfully.
Can I ask you a question about that process? And I guess it is, did the Planning Board and the Airport Commission have any working sessions together?
We did have a couple of sessions in which the Airport Commission was invited to come. Again, we asked for as many members that could come would be there. The response, as I remember from the airport chair, the commission chair, was that we can't have too many people, more than 3, at the planning board meeting because it would be a violation of open meeting bylaw.
But
That's BS.
Okay, so that's not what I was asking. My question was, we've had working sessions with, let's say, the school committee. I think we've had it with the Airport Commission themselves, where it's been a joint meeting, where it's, I don't know if it was the Airport Commission, but we've had it before, where it was a joint meeting, posted both, on both commissions and boards to announce that meeting was being held. I was saying, so you did not have working sessions where you guys could have rolled up your sleeves, gone into it, got questions answered. Never mind about what's going on with the public. I'm not saying that, though I'm not saying ignore the public, but have a really deep dive into it and then bring it to the public for their comment and consideration. So that wasn't the way the process went?
It was not, and if I may answer, on March 14th, that Monday in which the vote was taken at the planning board, that was a joint meeting, a public joint meeting.
Okay.
One member of the Airport Commission was present. That speaks volumes about where we're going.
Okay, so I'm assuming the Airport Commissioner chair is still on the meeting, so I'm not asking him to comment, I'm just asking him to take note that process and communications are
Well, in all
important.
due fairness, the chair made a comment about Mr. Gagan, and I quote him, "I don't think I'm going to be able to satisfy you." End of quote.
I can't get into personalities with
Right.
this, and I'm sorry if you felt offended by somebody, but I'm not going to get into that argument with you right now. I'm trying to encourage the communications going forward when you start to look at this bylaw, the RPZ again.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Okay, before I go over to Jeff, I'm going to make just one comment. You familiar, I see this, if you're going to reach a compromise, that everyone has to understand who can change what and who can say yes. And we kind of said that before, it's FAA. There are a number of people out there that have danced around that issue, and that adds confusion. Now, if you want to deny that, then we can, that's a one issue. But if you're going to compromise on something or try to go to the decision maker, then you have to realize that they're the decision maker. And there's a number of articles that have been out that sort of ignore that. We have had 3 meetings on airport governance, and actually 2 very formal ones, with the Airport Commission, with the Select Board. One was in December of 20, when Shireen was there. And then they got a whole bunch of issues that came up, and I became chair, so I put it back on 7 months later in September. All right, wait. On airport governance, we had a legal opinion, we had the Airport Commission, we had asked for public comment. Interestingly enough, I thought I'd get a whole bunch. I got very few in the September one, and the same issues came out. And what let me know if I'm wrong. It's the Airport Commission through the town, I'm not saying it properly, who controls the airport. We have certain things, and we work around those requirements. If you've noticed lately, we spend a lot of time speaking with the Airport Commission. And I think they're moving in a right direction for certain things, but there are certain things they cannot do. They can't change the runway protection zone. They can't change the number of airplanes that are coming in. That is federal law. That's FAA. I'm sorry. There are ways to deal with that, and that's what you guys are trying to do. So, Jeff, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be relatively brief. This boiled down to me time. By the way, thank you for your effort and your thoughtful approach. I think you're trying to do what you think is right, and I get it, and I've always appreciated that frankness from you.
Thank you.
But when I read the legal opinions, I just go, well, what are we doing here? And to Peter's most recent point about the FAA, on both the issues that we're going to consider this evening, and I'll just quote a line. This is to your issue on the runways. Any displacement of the runway's thresholds in the absence of an FAA-approved amendment to the airport layout plan would violate Grant Assurance 29. So as a select person, I sit here and say, well, I can't, I'm not going to vote for this. And frankly, I'm not going to vote for the other article as well, because clearly they're outside our purview. Both are outside our purview. To Peter's earlier point, the FAA has to sanction whatever it is we're thinking about doing. Well, what are we thinking about doing? Well, we clearly haven't, and I share your confusion and consternation about the planning board. I share it. It's mind-numbing to me that the other night when we talked about the RPZ, the only logical conclusion of that entire discussion for me was, even though I hate to kick stuff back as a political thing, is like, this needs more work. We're not there yet. And whether that takes to Shireen's good notion, and we've used it here effectively, whether that takes a joint meeting or maybe we broker it or something, but we got to get through some of this stuff before we go as a town and approach the FAA. Otherwise, we're going to get blown out of the water. We are. And I'm not an expert here. I am not an expert, but I do value the airport. I do think it's an asset, and I've enjoyed it. I've lived near it, next to it, and very close to it for years, and I value it. That being said, we all want our pilots and our approaches and our landings and our takeoffs to be safe, as do we want the people on the ground to be safe. So as a town, somehow we got to get through it, because I do not have a magic wand here. I go back to what Mr. Kokola says, and the FAA has got to approve it. And darn it, everything I keep reading, they do have to approve it. And it's not us saying, we're going to pass a bylaw and so shall it be. That's not going to fly. Excuse me.
Okay, Shireen.
I just want to say one quick thing, and it's just that I'm not being harsh and critical. I recognize and appreciate the volunteerism that goes on in this town, because this issue right here is an example of people being very passionate and dedicated to what they believe in. And but we just can't. We can't go. I'm not going to go against what legal opinion is said to us tonight.
Okay, Corey, go ahead.
I should probably bite my tongue, but I'm going to say it anyway. When we were setting our select board goals, I put the airport as a consideration. After deliberation, the board felt that it didn't qualify as one of our goals for this particular year. I still feel very strongly that this board, town manager, airport commission, public, at some point in time, need to have some of these discussions in a series of the formats. I don't know what the correct path is, but we keep dealing with these concerns and topics. They're not going to go away. And like I say, I think you're going to be very successful at town meeting. I think you're going to get the votes to pass this petition article. And I don't know where that leads us in the next conversation. But we need to start taking these concerns as more than just a handful of people, and we need to work through them. Because if not, we're going to be going around and around in circles for years to no one's benefit. So,
Thank you. Please understand that either of these citizen petition articles are not against the airport. I can speak for my own personal, I can speak for the group that I represent. No one brought up in any discussion about shutting the airport down and building houses and doing this and doing that. I hear that it's a backlash to what we're trying to accomplish. I think what you're saying, and I agree with it, is that how do we foster more communication among the various groups? I have tried as a member of the planning board, can't force the commissioners to come to a meeting, but we were just shunned. I was shunned. I can't speak for the board. I just felt shunned that I wasn't getting the communication or the ability to ask more than one member of the commission questions about their philosophies, their input, where the airport's going to go, what's its future. That communication never took place. And for me, that's troublesome.
Thank you, Tom. I'm going to, just one other comment. Oh, I know I have, say that again. Dean, I'm sorry, I didn't.
No, you have the chair of the airport.
Airport Commission.
Oh, I
Chair.
know that. Yeah, I'm going to go to him last. Pardon?
We eventually need a vote to
I know. I want to let him speak. No, you can say. No, just here's another point. I understand what Corey's saying. We're going to have a conversation about this. We can get people to get down. We still have federal law we have to deal with. All right, we have to deal with that. We have to. You either go against it or you don't. A couple of towns have gone against it, and they've received letters from our good friends from the FAA saying, "I'm sorry, you're not making safety hazard. You're preempted under federal law to do this," because they went ahead and did a couple of bylaws. Having said that, let's look at what's occurred in our town here. 2016, and you were on the planning board, I think, but we had a floodplain, a new floodplain, right? Who imposes a floodplain on the town?
Federal
FEMA.
government.
Yeah, FEMA does, right? That floodplain went from Oyster Pond up to the back of the theater, right? It required a whole bunch of zoning bylaw changes, which we got into a number of articles. If you wanted to go against that, what did you have to do? You had to go to FEMA and say, my property is not right, not the town, right? We had to do that. You just not passed, but you voted to support, and we did too, changes to the bylaw that FEMA did. Okay, so what are we doing? We're meeting the requirements of of FAA. There were individuals who said, this isn't right for my property. And they went to FEMA. Some were successful, some weren't. Having said that, a different one. Fish and Wildlife Department, I don't know what they're called. Fish and Wildlife, right? Came down how many years ago? I don't know how many years ago, and said, hey, you know that Monomoy area? We're going to take that over.
I remember that.
I remember that, yeah. And we said, just a minute, all right? So, and we said, just a minute. What did we do, right? We worked with Fish and Wildlife, using all the resources that are available to us, to work through 3 or 4 Board of Selectmen's issues, ending up with my good friends here, Shireen and Jeff, right? Reaching an agreement, an MOA. I don't know how many years that took. You can argue that, well, the administration changed. Well, there were a couple administration changes while this was going on. And why were they successful? Because they had worked it, and worked it, and the time came up that we had an event. They didn't go out and send and this is my problem. They will go out and say, we're gonna go fight those, well, we did, but I mean, we're not gonna put something in our town meeting, and we're gonna, and then go to them. No, we went there and worked it. And that's what it's gonna take with FAA, no doubt in my mind. And it's gonna take a while. We're gonna have discussions among ourselves. We're gonna have to come up with whatever it is that we think we have a good argument with, and we're gonna have to use all the resources available to us to be able to get that through. And what happens to West Chatham while this is going on? We stop rezoning it because of that 8 acres? I really worry about what's gonna happen. I've heard, whoa, West Chatham's gonna go wasteland if we don't get rid of the RPZ. We're only talking about 8 acres, but, so I think that's very much has to be considered. I mean, just, you know, we're dealing not with our local changes, but we're dealing with the federal government.
Peter,
Okay.
your example is exemplary in that people cooperated, and it took a long time. I don't feel, as a member of the planning board, that we have the cooperation. We don't have that dialogue going on. And if the issues are serious enough, we should have that dialogue. And that's what I'm advocating for also.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Tom, and I'll tell you what. Someone came to me at one time, back a ways, said, you could forge a compromise here. And I said, okay, maybe, you know, that makes sense. Maybe I can forge a compromise. You know, you feel, oh, yeah, well, anyway, good luck, right? But what my concern was, and I said, this isn't going to work, is because they would not recognize that FAA had to make the decision. They went around, how many? There was a charter review committee to get the select board to be on the airport control. And I understand what they were trying to do, and these are people I respect, you know? I mean, I respect you, even if we get in arguments. But, you know, the point is, you have to know where you're starting, and it wasn't there. It was not there, in my opinion. So let me go to the airport commissioner, chair of the airport commission. I said I'd put him in last. Huntley, you still there, or did you go to sleep on me?
No, I'm still here.
Okay.
I've had 2 birthdays since the meeting started.
I don't have any questions. Any comments?
Yes, I do. Contrary to popular belief, I'm all for communication. And I'm more than willing to sit down with the planning board. In fact, the planning board gave us that opportunity by rejecting the proposal at that meeting on the 14th. I was all, that's fine. We'll sit down and meet. The fact that we didn't meet before, I think that's history. And reasons why, I don't want to get into right now. I guess I felt that 2 commissioners were fine. It was Mike Galen and myself. And I believe at one of the meetings, we had our aviation attorney. The plans that we have, so that board member Metters knows, I understand there are concerns. And we're planning to address those concerns in the near future. And we are trying to remedy the communication problems. And we're trying to let people know exactly what is going to happen and how things are going to happen. We're not going to tell them, we're going to listen to what they have to say. But they also have to understand that we are bound by FAA regulations. And we're doing what we can to make the airport safer for pilots and for people on the ground. Not only with the RPZ issue, but also with the obstruction removal issue, which is moving along actually fairly well. And I think I took a lot of notes tonight, and I think instead of considering the hour, I took the notes, and I think I will, at a future meeting, address some of the comments that were made tonight. Hopefully, clarifying the issues that were brought up, several of them. And, you know, regarding certainly with regard to the FAA, the RPZs, the FAA's stance on the RPZs, the displaced thresholds, runway length, safety factors with reduced runway length. And there were several things that I could bring up tonight that would really point out some safety issues that were ignored by the people who want to reduce the length of the runway. So like I say, it's late. I don't want to get into specifics unless you want me to. You let me know. I do stand by the opinion of our special counsel, and I highlighted the statement in the first line that was repeated by one of the board members tonight. Both of these petition articles are inconsistent with federal law. And the other thing that we have to deal with here are the grant assurances that we have accepted over the years. So the specifics are basically, with regard to these two petitions, my stance goes along with what our lawyer said, and I stand behind that. I think the letter speaks for itself. With regard to other airport issues, communication, and what have you, I'm aware of that, and we'll be dealing with it. And I based on what I've heard from the board tonight, I'm not sure I totally agree with board member Metters that the town will probably vote for both of these petitions. I'd be very surprised. Maybe they will. But if they do, I think you're going to have some issues with MassDOT and the FAA. It won't be with us. But I think that's where it'll go, because they'll have to step in. So that's it. That's all I have to say, unless you want me to get into specifics.
No, that's fine, Hundley. Thank you. I think we're ready for a vote, huh? Okay, we need a motion to recommend. Don't fight over it, guys.
No.
No?
I don't think so.
I didn't think so. But I'm
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to offer that motion, but I would just add, whatever town meeting does is not the last word.
That's right.
It's not just the FAA or the DOT. It's the Attorney General who's going to look at these articles, because the town clerk will send all bylaws to the Attorney General. And I suspect, there's no prediction, but I suspect they're going to look at the same concerns and considerations that Mr. Costello looked at.
Good point.
If not, also the considerations that the special aviation attorney made. Mr. Chairman, I move that the board recommend this article to town meeting.
Second.
It's all,
We have to vote.
no, but say that again. Did you move to recommend?
Yes, I move
Yeah,
to
okay,
recommend.
good.
Made in the
Sorry.
affirmative, yep.
Yeah.
Am I hearing anyway?
Made in the-
Bingo. Okay, any discussion? No more discussion. Let's have a vote. Shereen?
No.
Corey?
No.
Dean?
No.
Jeff? Nay.
And chair says no. Okay, next one up is Mr. Fulton with the restrict landing aircraft to FAA Group 1 aircraft. Welcome again, Mr. Jim.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, members of the board. I'd like to ask a favor of all of you. I'd like to ask you to keep an open mind on your vote on this article until you hear what I have to say. Is that an unfair request?
We do that all the time. Go ahead.
Well, I heard two people tell me that they were going to vote no on recommending my article, and I haven't even had a chance to speak. Mr. Chairman, do you think that that's appropriate?
I think that as a litigator, that the challenge is for you. They said they made their recommendation on what their legal opinion is.
Okay.
Proceed.
Okay, I'm going to proceed.
Okay.
My name is James Fulton. I live at 132 Lakeshore Drive. I do not live in the flight path. I do not live in the runway protection zones. But I care very deeply about the safety of those who do. A number of town residents and I have prepared this particular petition to protect people who live, drive, and work in the airport flight paths, in the area around the airport, and especially in the runway protection zones. We have seen a dramatic increase in the number of large Pilatus and King Air turboprop aircraft at the airport. The FAA defines aircraft size primarily by the wingspan. The Pilatus and King Air turboprops are design group 2 airplanes with wingspans in excess of 49 feet. As you well know, because you have discussed it, the runway protection zones after the ends of the runway should be empty of people and property. But in West Chatham, they contain shops, offices, busy roads, thousands of gallons of fuel storage, and 19 families. If a design group 2 airplane holding 400 gallons of fuel were to crash in one of those RPZs, the results would be horrific. Fortunately, this situation did not exist in Provincetown on the afternoon of September 9th, 2021, when a turboprop overran the runway and burst into flames in an unoccupied runway protection zone that contained no buildings, no people. Had that incident happened here, people would have died. In addition to the runway protection zone problems, there are other major safety issues. Our little airport was designed only for design group 1 airplanes, like the ones owned by our local pilots. There are now close to 600 operations annually by large design group 2 planes at the Chatham Airport, and our small airport cannot physically be redesigned to accommodate these aircraft in a safe manner. This proposed bylaw restricts the use of the airport to aircraft design group 1 planes with wingspans no larger than 49 feet, which of course, by definition, excludes the larger aircraft in design group 2. In response to an inquiry we made to the FAA in 2021, by the way, they would not opine on whether it is truly safe for a Type 2 airplane to land at the Chatham Airport. What they said was, and I quote, "Design Group 2 aircraft pilots operating within the operational limits of such aircraft may safely utilize Chatham Municipal Airport at their discretion." I, for one, am not willing to leave that safety decision up to the discretion of the pilot who's being paid money to land up to 9 passengers at the Chatham Airport. This bylaw would dramatically increase the safety of persons living, working, or traveling near the airport, and especially in the RPZs. Selectman Nicastro should be commended on the comments that he made earlier this month, recognizing the liability exposure faced by the town from the inadequacy of the RPZs. If one of these 400-gallon fuel boats were to crash in a runway protection zone in Chatham, the deaths, injuries, and property damage resulting from such a crash would impose liability on the town, most likely in the hundreds of millions of dollars. I have read Attorney Mackey's letter. I have read the only reported decision in that letter that he cited, which was an FAA decision from the city of Santa Monica. I want to give a great deal of credit and thanks to Attorney Mackey for working as hard as he has to research the inquiries that have been made of him. I would like to meet Attorney Mackey someday and get to know him. Although we disagree, it's one of the beauties of the practice of law. You can go tear into each other in court, and then as soon as you walk out, you go get a couple of pops together. That is the beauty of our profession, and I would love to do that with Attorney Mackey, frankly. But I took out the decision, the one decision that he cited, in the matter of the city of Santa Monica, 2009 Westlaw 3176873, a 2009 opinion by the FAA. It was written by a person named Nancy Latrobe, who is an an acting assistant administrator of a particular division of the FAA. And here's what she says. The final decision concludes as follows. Federal law preempts the city's ordinance. As I recall, that was the chairman's humble opinion as well. I'd like to now show you and read to you excerpts from a decision in 2018 written by the late Chief Justice Ralph Gantz of the Supreme Judicial Court of Massachusetts. Mr. Nicastro, did you go to school with Ralph Gantz?
Mr. Fulton, I'm not going to engage in a back and forth with you.
No, I'm just
I
wondering.
would like to ask you a question. Are you admitted to the Massachusetts Bar?
No.
Have you ever practiced aviation law?
No.
Have you ever practiced municipal law?
45 years.
In Massachusetts?
No.
Thank you.
I'd like to just hand this out and then read it to you.
You could just read it. We'll have it added to the record, but
Why don't you pass it down? Chief Justice Ralph Gantz of the Supreme Judicial Court of Massachusetts, perhaps the most brilliant Chief Justice this state has had since Oliver Wendell Holmes, said this in 2018. Federal courts have found preemption in matters pertaining to aircraft noise and aircraft safety, concluding that federal regulation is too pervasive in these areas to permit regulation at the state or local level. Federal case law, however, has distinguished between the preempted regulation of flight operations from the permitted regulation of aircraft landing sites. You are permitted to regulate the use of a landing site. There is no conflict between a city's regulatory power over land use and the federal regulation of airspace. And one thing that Selectman Castro said was very true. The ultimate arbiter, that's a term, by the way, that I picked out of Attorney Mackey's letter, the ultimate arbiter here, of the validity of this bylaw is not going to be me. It's not going to be Attorney Mackey. It's not going to be Attorney Costello. It's going to be a person in Boston whose name is Maura Healey. She is the ultimate arbiter of the validity of this bylaw. And I hope very much she reads the decision of the FAA in the Santa Monica case, because she's probably going to scratch her head and say, didn't Chief Justice Ralph Gantz rule just less than 4 years ago that she's wrong? And the regulation of landing sites is not preempted by federal law? I am not willing to predict tonight what the Attorney General is going to say. The smartest thing that you could do tonight is to endorse this bylaw, because if a Type 2 airplane crashes in the runway protection zone and someone dies, you're going to hear a plaintiff's attorney say something like this: ladies and gentlemen of the jury, not only did the select board look the other way and do nothing for years, while more and more development occurred in the runway protection zones, when they had the opportunity to ban the airplane that killed my client, a plane that parenthetically did not satisfy even the standards, the design standards of the airport, the select board turned its back again. Yes, there are differences of opinion as to whether this bylaw is legally valid. I will agree with that. But the FAA will not be the judge of the legality of this bylaw. Maura Healey will be. If you refuse to support this bylaw because you think you know what the Attorney General is going to do, it's like going up to a gaming table at a casino, but instead of holding plastic chips in your hand, what is in your hand is the safety of people who live and work in the runway protection zones. I urge you, instead of speculating about what Maura Healey is going to do, please do everything that you can do to protect this town from liability. Endorse the bylaw. Doesn't that make more sense than accepting the word of naysayers who think that they can predict what Maura Healey's going to say? If you're savvy tonight, you're going to realize you have everything to gain and nothing to lose by recommending this bylaw. If it is ultimately upheld by Maura Healey as being legal, you will have enhanced the safety of hundreds of people who live, work, and travel in Chatham. And if it's ultimately disapproved as being illegal, you will have lost nothing. Are you savvy enough to see that? I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have at this time. And if any people in opposition to this want to weigh in, I'd be happy to entertain my right of rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Fulton. Would expect anything less, you know. Let me just make a couple of comments. It goes both ways with what our Attorney General will say, whoever that is in the future. You say on one hand that you don't know what she'd agree to, but at the same time, you're saying we'd be savvy by moving ahead, even if she would or would not.
No. You misunderstood me. What I'm saying is that you should say, we don't know what she's going to say.
I agree with that.
So why don't we endorse the bylaw? What have we got to lose?
We have been given by our council a recommendation. Any council, you should follow, at least by my account, you follow that legal recommendation, either you do or you don't, all right? Wait
a minute.
Wait. Just what you have here, federal case law, however, has distinguished, and of course, I read just like you do, but you're looking at it as a legal point of view, has distinguished the preempted regulation of flight operations. Flight operations come under FAA, is what that's saying.
Yes.
Right. From the permitted regulation of aircraft landing sites. Now, that I'm a little weak on. I'm not sure what they mean exactly, but you go down to your bottom comment. No conflict between cities' regulatory power over land use, that is zoning, and the federal regulation of airspace. The FAA has responsibility of operations of airspace. That's the aircraft that can fly into the airport. That's how I understand it from years of experience. Doesn't mean it's right. You may be wrong. But I'll tell you, I'm leaning towards my experience. Aircraft operations is FAA, the type of aircraft that can come into FAA allows. You've admitted that they said that. You have a problem with, they're doing it at their own risk. I understand what they're saying, but I think a previous speaker said, Route 6 is, I'd say Route 28 was developed for cars, but we have 18-wheelers running down there. And it's the same concept. I tried to stop trucks coming up Old Comers Road, and I was told, no way. So I understand what you're saying, but you want me to be savvy? I'll be savvy. I'm going to go with the rules the way they are, the way I understand it. And if the Attorney General approves it, then fine. An airplane crashes no matter where. It's not the RPZ. Airplanes, like I said, go 100 miles a second, right? It could crash anywhere. A small airplane going into the wrong place will crash anywhere. It doesn't even have to be in the RPZ. Yes, there's more risk at takeoff and landing. But I have too many friends I've lost that crashed airplanes in many different places, and many of those pilots shot their airplanes away from housing developments. I mean, you got a little passionate, but I understand where you're coming from, and you can be, you can use the words the way you want them, But I know what I know what I've seen and had done before, so I'm still going to vote against it.
But,
Go
Mr.
ahead, Al.
Chairman, may I just
Go
respond
ahead.
to what you said? We're
Sure.
both very passionate. It comes from our heritage.
Notice this? Yeah. I agree.
There is an ordinance in this town that prohibits bicycles from being ridden on certain sidewalks in this community. That is not a zoning ordinance. It is a land use bylaw. It deals with the use of land. This proposed bylaw says no land at 240 George Ryder Road may be used for the landing of anything other than a Type 1 airplane. That is a land use bylaw.
And FAA says it's an air operation. I'm not going to, I mean, that's what they say. It's an air operation.
Okay.
That comes, like noise abatement comes under them.
Well, they certainly said something like that in this Santa Monica case.
Well, you know, you made the
Where
comment.
the issue, I don't believe, was the, anyway.
You know, have you ever worked in a federal government?
No, wait a minute.
Well,
Have you ever worked in an institution where lawyers said, I don't know how the Attorney General's going to rule?
I certainly have. Not the Attorney General. I've worked with lawyers a lot. I had spent 6 months going through federal contract law, which I found fascinating, by the way, to be a contract.
Okay.
And I had to go to lawyers, different lawyers, and I could say, no, I don't agree with you, at my peril, by the way.
I am not 100% sure how the Attorney General is going to rule on the validity of this bylaw, but I believe she's going to rule. I think the odds are she's going to rule that it's okay, and the FAA can't stop the town of Chatham from passing a regulation saying how a piece of land is going to be used, because that's what Chief Justice Gantz taught us. That's what I think she's going to say.
Well, maybe
But
not.
I could be wrong. But what have you got to lose by giving it a chance? Let her rule that it's not legal. Then at least we know we have to go to the FAA.
Oh, okay, I'm not going to get into debate with that. Jeff,
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to recommend.
you have a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for Mr. Fulton.
Okay.
Your article has two other paragraphs that relate to, that direct the town manager in terms of engaging in legal proceedings. It very specifically lays out what she's supposed to do. Our town attorney, Mr. Costello, believes these encroach on the charter and Massachusetts law authorities of the select board and the town manager. Do you have a comment on that? Is this,
One of
do you
them
dismiss
is-
those?
Yeah, one of them, I
Do-
copied what's in the charter. In their general bylaws, it commands the town manager to enforce the bylaw.
Yeah, okay, I accept that. What about the provision that says that the town manager shall direct the town council or other attorney on behalf of the town to engage in civil proceedings, including but not limited to actions seeking declaratory relief, to vindicate the validity and enforceability of this bylaw in the event that any government official or agency should make a determination that it is not valid or enforceable or disapproves the same. That's not in the charter. That's something
You're absolutely,
that's something
that
you
is
added.
not in the charter.
So you're having.
What I'm saying is.
Can I just complete
Yes,
the sentence?
forgive me.
Thank you. Your article is basically asking the legislative body in this town town meeting to adopt a bylaw that directs her as to how she's supposed to handle a situation where the FAA, for example, says your bylaw is invalid. Town council has basically said it's the Board of Selectmen and the town manager that make determinations as to the town's posture in litigation. And that's what we typically do. I'm throwing that out. I respect your background. I know you're not in the Mass Bar, but you practiced law, I think, in Connecticut for 45 years, so I respect that.
Yeah, I'm also admitted to the federal courts and the Second Circuit Court of Appeals.
Great. So what say you on that?
I think the people of this town deserve to have a judge tell them if their bylaw is legal or illegal.
Well, that's an interesting, and I understand, it's a very understandable response. I appreciate that, but why should I, as a select board member elected by the public to serve in this position, want to yield up my authority that's given to me under the general laws and under the charter to control litigation for one particular situation?
If you tell me tonight, the five of you, we assure you, we will not rest until a judge tells us that this bylaw is illegal. I agree with Selectman Metters. I think this is going to pass. And if the five of you say, Jim, don't worry, we think the people deserve to have a judge tell them whether their bylaw is legal or illegal too, we agree, then there's no need for that provision. But I don't know what you're ultimately going to do. Oh, by the way, I'm offering my services to the town to admit me on a pro hac vice basis in the Massachusetts court for no charge to defend the validity of this bylaw. Hire a Massachusetts lawyer to carry my briefcase, and I will assert the case for the validity of the town for free. The validity of the bylaw for free. It's not going to cost you a dime.
What it's going to cost is you're taking away authority from this board. Why would I want to support that kind of litigation defense?
Well, you either have to say the people deserve a ruling from a judge, or the people just have to go home and we'll never hear from a judge whether their bylaw was valid or invalid.
The people have adopted a charter that gives us that authority. They could have changed, the Charter Review Committee could have come in with a recommendation to take away our authority to control litigation. They didn't.
I want to tell you something and ask you to forgive my ignorance. I was not aware of the particular charter provision that you cite. I put this in with the best of intentions because I believed that the people of this town, when they pass a bylaw, if Maura Healey or the FAA says that's illegal, they deserve to hear those words from a judge before they go quietly into the night. That was my sentiment. That's what I believe. And that's why I put it in.
Well, I respect your belief and I respect your sentiment. I'm not sure I'm as confident as my good friend and colleague to my left and as you are that town meeting is going to vote this in. We'll see. Because I personally do not believe that the antipathy toward the airport or its operations is as extensive as you or Mr. Gagan have outlined. I guess it was Mr. Gagan more that outlined this evening. I've sat on this board for almost 7 years. We went through the skydive stuff. which implicates the same provision that I think it's your article it involves, and, you know, it's very repetitive to me.
Well,
It's the same song with different lyrics.
well, I have no antipathy for the airport.
I
want to let you know that part of my reasoning in drafting this was inspired by something said by Shireen Davis, who said at a public meeting of the Board of Selectmen several months ago, "The people of Chatham deserve to have the type of airport that they want to have." And I said, wow, talk about hitting the nail on the head. Did she just do it? And this bylaw is designed to let the people of Chatham try to have the type of airport that they want to have. I said to Tim Wood, who interviewed me the other day, I said, if I hated the airport, I would have written a bylaw to close the airport. No, I want us to be able to have the type of airport that we want to have. That's why I wrote this bylaw. And by the way, I want to thank you for the colloquy tonight. I think it was excellent. Whether you've made up your mind or not, I thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you, Mr. Fulton. You're finished? Okay. It was good. A legal opinion. I thought you were going to get into the, yeah, I know, it's.
Time for a vote, Mr.
It is. I thought you were going to get into the suit against the town on the parachuting at the Supreme Court, and what was said by at least one judge, but I mean, that went on. But anyway, I know, I'll stop. We have a motion and we have a second. Any further discussion? Okay,
Yeah.
Jeff.
Nay, no.
Dean.
No.
Corey.
No.
Shereen.
No.
Chair says no. Thank you, Mr. Fulton. Okay, sorry I kept you guys all this long. All right, now to the thing we really have to get done, which is the annual meeting warrant article index. Jill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think with the exception of the newest article about the feasibility study for the swim club property, we have all of the articles placed here.
Hey, guy, Tom and Jim, could you please, because we hear you in the background.
Oh,
That's all.
we're going to have a schnapps.
Okay, have one from me.
All right, so Mr. Chair, so if we look on page 1 of the scorecard, it basically has all the financial articles first. And then we get into, on the second page, the CPA, CPC articles, Chatham Community Preservation Act. So it's pretty much financial, and then from there, and this is not ordered yet, so certainly open input. We get into the general bylaw amendments, home rule petition, refiles, and then we get to the zoning, protective zoning bylaw amendments, and we currently have citizen petitions at the end. So looking for direction on ordering, and also if there's a particular article that you want to make the motion on, we can note that, and then otherwise we'll go through the usual order where it's the chair, vice chair, clerk, and select board members.
Dean and then Jeff.
Mr. Chairman, the only comment I want to make up front is I liked your earlier version with respect to what's coming up at the end. I think that the two articles that are going to draw the most significant attention are the Middle Road Goose Pond articles. And we've got citizen petition articles on the swim club and on the residential tax exemption. We haven't heard that one yet. We haven't heard this new one that came in on 10 camping. I think those are substantial. They have substantial impact on the town, at least a couple of them, and I would like to see them added before we get to the Middle Road articles, because I think, and I appreciate that you put the eminent domain one for the Monomoy Theater and the airport ones ahead of the Middle Road, because we need to have a broad segment of the community present to discuss these petition articles that are of great consequence and potential impact, and not just the advocates and the opponents present. So that's my thinking. Maybe I'm misreading the swim club one. Maybe that one should be before, but people are going to hang around for the Middle Road, I think.
So just so I understand, did you want those, did I hear before the CPA articles, or?
No, I
you want it
like the
bifurcated
fact
with-
that you have them at the end. I like
Okay.
that you have them at the end. I just wondered, do we want to add the swim club one, put that before the Middle Road ones?
The feasibility study or the swim club citizens petition?
Well, I was thinking the petition, but I forgot about this feasibility. Maybe it doesn't matter that much. The airport one and the Monomoy Theater are significant. You did put them before the Middle Road. So maybe I'm wrong to, maybe you can disregard what I've said.
So you want to keep those at the end rather than?
Maybe they're
put them up
okay.
front?
Maybe, I'm looking at them again now, and maybe you're right. I retract what I said. I just, forget what I said, Jill.
Yeah, Shereen, go ahead.
I don't-
Oh, wait a minute.
oh, sorry.
I said.
No, I was going to say almost exactly what Dean just said, but I'm thinking that with 62 warrant articles that, we're not going to get through this in a night, or 64, so it's going to be a two-night deal. So keeping those meaty, weighty subjects,
To the end rather than
to
up
the end,
front,
we'll get
everybody
people back.
disappears.
We'll get people back for the second day.
Okay, that's fair. Shereen?
Yeah, I agree with you, Jeff. I think that, and Dean, I think these are fine. And other than that, I don't have any problem with any particular order. And to say what I want to, which ones I'd like to speak to, I'm fine with just having, put me in line somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. Just, go down the road. Well,
Yeah,
Okay. So custom and practice is usually, Jeff does the Monomoy Regional School budget, so.
okay, yeah, I mean, I don't care.
Okay.
I'm not speaking for the rest of everybody else.
Jill, where do you think you're putting the feasibility study for the swim club?
I have to figure,
That's one of the financial articles.
yes, but that does make sense as long as there's no correlation to the petition article. It's completely separate. So yeah, I'd like to place all the financial articles up front.
Okay, we have two now that aren't on here. One has to do with the residential tax exemption, and then the other one I just saw before I walked in here has to do with putting tents in conservation land or something.
Right, so we have two citizen petitions that will be on the warrant. You just haven't voted a recommendation, and we just got those. So we have that scheduled for next week's meeting.
And where would they be here?
I was going to just keep it towards the end with all
Towards the end,
all the citizen petitions lumped together.
Should we be moving them up with the other petition articles, or are we going to leave them after the Middle Road? You're going to be moving them up with the other petition articles, or are you going to leave them at the end after Middle Road? Goose Pond?
I would typically advise to keep the citizen petitions together, just because
Okay.
it's a category in a way. I think the one that might be throwing us off is the reuse of the structures for 127 Old Harbor Road. That's in between the petitions and the Middle Roads articles.
sure.
Question,
Shereen?
clarification. The Middle Road articles are going to go up above the citizens petitions. Is that what you're saying, Dean?
No, she's going to leave them after the citizen petition articles.
Does it make a difference which one goes first?
No.
I don't think, you mean on the Middle Road?
Yeah, between the two. I mean,
I don't know.
one wins,
You can
the
talk
other,
about
well,
that with
no,
the
one wins,
moderator.
whatever one,
You can ask the moderator what he wants to do. I don't know.
yeah.
I don't
Okay.
think it really matters.
Okay,
I
so
have another question. Jill, I meant to ask you this. You get any luck on how many you can stick together,
yeah, so we're going to draft the articles so they could be placed as a consent motion. So that means it's very specific in the article as written, not relying on the motion. So yeah, we're working through those.
Okay.
And that will be up to the moderator place those in that consent motion. All right, so
You all right?
tomorrow morning, if there's second thoughts about if you want to make the motion on a particular article, then just send Shauna or Alec an email, and then we'll put it in. Otherwise, we're going to start with the chair and work down the line.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Dean? No, you're all right.
Motion to close the warrant?
Second, any discussion?
I have one comment.
Okay.
The number 58, the reuse of 127 Old Harbor. I guess it's okay. Okay, never mind.
You know where there's going to be a fight on that one.
I know. Okay. Okay,
Whatever.
I think we have plenty of warrant articles to attract everybody to come the second evening, believe
Oh,
me.
yeah.
This is about as heavy a warrant as I've ever seen, I'll tell you right now. Yeah, anyway. So we have a motion.
We have move and a second. Okay, let's take a vote. Shereen?
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
Chair says aye. Okay, thank you. Any other business? Let's motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Second, all right. Jeff?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
Shereen?
Aye.
Chair says aye. Good night, Chatham.